If you have a cell phone, please turn your cell phone off. Okay, everyone have a seat quickly. Welcome, Margaret Willey, outgoing chair. And I stand before one of the most powerful forces in the nation, you Hawaii County Democrats. Really? And today, you become more powerful. I urge you to lock arms and take on the leadership roles before you. Get involved with the party and make a difference. Among you are those who have led the state efforts to address climate change, to address depleted fish resources, to address disappearing coral, who have led the effort to make community health a state and county issue, such as tightening the laws relating to youth smoking, and most recently, helping to lead the effort to raise the minimum wage to a living wage. These are not Republican issues, they're yours. Democratic Party issues. Not all of you may be aware that others around the nation look to Hawaii for leadership on environmental, health, and social justice issues. Just recently in the state of Maine, when its legislature took up legislation to prohibit the use of all single-use plastics, the Maine news media highlighted efforts in Hawaii as in the forefront of critical environmental issues, which include the elimination of styrofoam containers and single-use plastics generally. There is good reason for this leadership role. We on this island are profoundly aware of the interdependence of the web of life as we watch our island oceans die around us from the impact of climate crisis. But there is much more to do. We are at that tipping point of planetary survival. For this reason, any Democrat who does not support the urgency of the Green New Deal resolution is short-sighted and failing to grasp the urgency of the climate crisis. And on a local level, don't pretend to be a Democrat if you oppose the scheduled styrofoam ban implementation on this island. However, some of you say to me, we are irrelevant to the national stage, and disparagingly say we are too far west to make a difference in the presidential race. That is not true. What has harmed this party has been the infighting and divisiveness. So I say to you, it is leadership in the arena of unity and aloha that we can and must lead. It is fine and dandy that each of us choose among the exceptional array of Democratic candidates for president. But once we choose one among them, I expect each of you to lead on the local, state, and national level in support of our Democratic Party presidential candidate, our team captain, and what is likely the most important political fight in our lifetime, taking back the presidency. And if possible, also taking back the Senate. There are plenty of opportunities to participate. Each of you need to avoid complaining and instead step up and be involved going forward to 2020. I'm also asking each of you to choose one other state which is at risk besides Hawaii, in which you are willing to help make a difference in the presidential race or in a Senate race. Do so by way of financial support or on-the-ground support, or simply contacting folks you know in that state and encouraging involvement on their part. Concerning our slate of officers for County Democratic Party positions, I am pleased to say the leadership in our County Democratic Party will be diverse. No one group has grounds to complain their voice will not be heard, and they will need your help. Only a bottom-up party is strong. Additionally, there is plenty of room for more leadership among us on issues by joining one or more of the state-level caucuses, making your voice heard on the state party level, and also encourage you to usurp the opportunity to join or form a county-level Democratic Party subcommittee on a priority issue relating to economic, environmental, or social justice. For example, our County Democratic Party Environmental Subcommittee has proven to be exceptionally effective these past 2 years. Bottom line, do not underestimate your power as individuals, and collectively turn your words into action plans and move forward arm in arm. And now, as we together pledge allegiance to the flag, think of it as a commitment, both of heart and mind, to stand together as one nation, indivisible, as one Ohana, fighting for liberty and justice for all, not just for the privileged few, but for all. That is what I ask of you today. So if you all rise and do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, God, and for liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to introduce Ali'i Eana'aina, who will lead us with the pule.
I offer you this sentiment of aloha. Aloha, to remember that aloha is more than just hello, goodbye, and love, but in fact, or to ignite, to set forward, lo, that sense of unity, and ha, that breath of life. And so for us to be the bearers of that light for our communities as we make decisions today. And so I invite you to join me with the pule, asking for blessings upon this event. E pule kako, e kuulani, e kuhaku, e kumakua, mahalo yaoe no kia nanani, a mahalo yaoe no ka haaleleana, no ka maiana, no ka hele maiana, o kapako maohana. Ke opo mai kai ki a halawaiana, o ka Democratic Party, ke opo mai kai I nā pu'uwai, o kokako maohana, ke opo mai kai I ka mana o iwa, ka mana o lana, a me ka mana opo mai kai, a mama ua noa. We ask that for a blessing and thanks for bringing us here together as one ohana to make decisions for our community with one mind and one heart, and especially with aloha. We ask a blessing on this place, on this day, and each and every one of our hearts that are here, as well as our families who are away from us at this time. Mako inoa Yesu Cristo me keiki me ohane molele a mama o anoa. Amen. Amen.
And now I'd like to introduce Val Poindexter, our County Council Member, District 1, and resident of this hostess district.
Aloha, good morning. We're going to do America the Beautiful. It's our opening. And I'm going to ask that we do the first verse twice. And remember, in that verse, it has the word brotherhood. I think the person who wrote it was at a time when women didn't have a right to vote. But we do now. So instead of saying brotherhood, I'm going to say ohanahood, because like Senator Malama was telling me, you know, ohana encompasses everybody, yeah? So our families, just everybody. So I know I'm not supposed to change the words to a song, but in Honoka we can, right? And then I'm following that, we're going to have the Hawaii Pono'i, and I've asked Senator Malama Solomon to join me because she was supposed to do the closing only, but she's not going to be at the closing, and I think Dave Tarnas is going to have to solo by himself.
You're all going to help.
Yeah, so appropriate. So if we could all stand for the America the Beautiful, and I want us to all sing, okay? Even if you cannot carry a tune, just sing whatever, because who cares, right? Okay. Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesties above the fruited plain.
Lori, what a voice. I thought Mama had a great voice. You got it. Okay, ready, and
I forgot to tell her they're putting the words on the screen.
Oh, okay. Ready, go. Hawaii Pono'i, Nanai Komo'i, Kalani Ali, Eali, Makua, Makua Lani e Kamehameha na Kauai Wale, me kalihe. Oh, Makua again. Mahalo. Mahalo. Thank you.
I now would like to recognize the elected officials that we have here. I'm not sure if all of them have arrived yet, but I know that Mark Nakashima is here. Mark, if you could just stand for a moment and wave. And Chris Todd Ty Kahele here? There he is. Richard Cregan. Nicole Lowen. Not arrived yet. She here, David Tarnas is here. David Tarnas. And again, I'd like to thank Val Poindexter on our county level for attending today. I really appreciate that. And lastly, I'd like to take a moment of silence for Democrats that have worked hard for the party who are no longer with us. And they include Pete Altomari, Skylark Rossetti, and Eva Martinson. So if we could just bow our heads for a moment and recognize all that they have done for our party. Mahalo.
Point of order, please. I'd like to add to that list, please. Mrs. Bonk. Bumi Bonk. Tita Beamer Solomon.
Okay.
And Marnie Herpes.
Thank you, Patty. Is there anyone else? Does anyone else have another person that is not on this, has not been recognized? Thank you. And is Kaylee here? Huh? No. Oh, and Nicole is here? Nicole Lowen. Thank you. So then why don't we go on to the, what? What's that? Okay, come on up. Okay, Roxanne Lawson has an additional word that's appropriate at this time. Go ahead.
District 4, I've been asked to be acting chair. I volunteered as vice chair, which meant I was responsible to get delegates to the convention. Our chair is Alan Bartolome, and was in and out of hospital. When he texted me he was coming, I felt confused. He shared with me today his serious health conditions. He came. I was elated and grateful. Alan, could you please stand up, and can we all give him a hand? What is it like calling officers to recruit delegates after a national disaster? We're from Puna, District 4. Many officers didn't return any of my communications. Many of the ones I got a hold of, houses had burnt down, or farms, or their homes were uninhabitable. We have delegates here today whose farms and houses were burnt to the ground. We have delegates here today who housed and helped people move their pets and their belongings, and our volcano refugees, their crisis became our crisis, with orange skies, thinking we would lose our houses too. Will the delegates from District 4 please rise, and will everyone join me in acknowledging their courage by giving them a rousing applause? District 4, please stand up, all the delegates.
Thank you, Roxanne. Is Val going to come up? Yes. Yeah, I'd like to recognize Heather Kimball, and who has been one of the planning chair of this event.
Thank you, Margaret. Slight change of plans. Our next speaker, Kaylee E., is en route and is not going to be able to jump in, so we're going to have to change the program a little bit. Before I do that, I want to make sure we recognize everybody that was involved in the planning of the convention today. So, Michael, where are you? Michael is the co-chair for the planning committee. And Rusty and Rob took care of delivering all this wonderful food today. Jerry and Yati took care of all of the lay and the Aloha committee and making sure you guys had signage and whatnot outside. George Martin is, I don't know where George ended up. There you are, George. Delivers tables for registration and chairs. Amy helped us set up credentialing outside. And Chuck, who is still working, developed the elaborate system for getting everybody credentialed and signed in. I know there was some grumbling about why do we each need our individual code. We were trying to make an effort to fix our database. So by giving everybody a unique code, we were able to translate the information that you put in with registration into the database. So that's all Chuck. He's brilliant, so thank you, Chuck, for all that work. And then we had lots of other folks that helped and stepped up. So everybody else that was part of the planning committee, Phil developed the program today. So thank you, Phil. And all the other members of the planning committee, if you just stand up and we'll acknowledge all your hard work. What we're going to do now is I'm going to have you recognize the outgoing IHCC. I know we're stalling. We're waiting for the credentials report, which was supposed to be at 10:05. Since Kaylee is not here, we're going to have to make sure we fill that time. So I'm going to ask you, Margaret, to recognize the outgoing HCC, and then we'll bring Phil up for the opening of nominations.
Okay, outgoing, myself as chair. Shannon Matson, East Side Chair. And if you could come up, Shannon, leadership. And she's done a fantastic job. We've had many events on either side, and despite having babies and moving and everything else and trying to financially help support, she has been here all the time. Tonya Coulter was Westside Vice Chair for the first year or so, and she was co-chair of our state Democratic Party convention. And here she is, and did a phenomenal job. No one can ever say only Oahu can host a state convention. And Rusty, where's Rusty hiding? Rusty, come on up. This is Miss Behind the Scenes, and if you want to have an exemplary district chair who hosts events, who makes things happen, it's Rusty. Okay. And Raina was secretary for a short while. I'm not sure she's here today, Raina Whiting. But then Maya Harris took over and did a phenomenal job here helping to actually make it so we really have a database and a list of members. as well as helping to organize events. She and Tanya are exceptional leaders in terms of making words into action. And next I want to recognize Jeff McKnight. And Jeff is, if you want somebody to hang on who's always there, it's Jeff. Really phenomenal, brilliant mind, a great deal of long thinking, and I really have appreciated him joining the team. And Heather Kimball, Assistant Secretary. Thank you, Heather. She has been great helping us. And even before that, volunteering wherever we needed it, she was available to assist. Val Barnes, Treasurer. A critical role, especially dealing with the state and issues having to do with compliance issues, having someone that took something that was subject to challenge and issues and turned it into where we're working minute by minute, doing things in the proper way so that we stay in line and don't cause any troubles for the state or national party. And Richard Harris was here for a while as assistant treasurer, and he also was really important in helping to organize, even back at the, when Tim Vanderveer was elected, and helping to get Neighbor Island participation and roles in the party. And then there's Chuck Grigsby, who is nonstop doing, I can't even list all the things that Chuck does. And he's counting delegates and he's working right now. But whether it was Chuck, there's one more group that has to get from the airport to the state convention. And I know you brought 20 groups, but could you do one more? And then it was, okay, so-and-so, and they don't have a ride back to Hilo after the convention. Well, if they have to have a ride, I'm here, says Chuck. I mean, everything from the details of how to do the form, these ballots, what you have, these were designed, and I probably printed and everything by Chuck, and done in a way. You know, we only have one election that's controversy or where there's two candidates, but he made it so that we would know that when the ballots are counted, whether every one of these positions was challenged or not, that we could stand firm, that we knew that the ballots were counted properly and everyone had their vote. And I also want to recognize Luawai Miley and Camuela Plunkett. I don't know whether, I know that Camuela Plunkett had to be at a convention, at a conference in Honolulu today. But these are our Kanaka Uiwi, our Hawaiian seats that we voted on to incorporate to make sure that we did have a Hawaiian voice, not as a caucus, but as a voice for all of us. And lastly, I want to recognize Bill Barnes, our past chair, who has not become a recluse, but has led the battle, and has helped organize, put together the agenda and planning for today's event. And then, so thank you all very much. An exceptional group of people here. So, and she is here. Kaylee, Come on up. And I now have the honor of introducing our state chair. She has been a great state chair. She's taken all us rousing, activists and tried to make it into a form so that we actually unite and have an effect on what happens, especially on the state legislative level. Thank you very much.
Aloha mai kako, everyone. Aloha. It is clear that the Democratic Party is absolutely at home here on Hawaii Island. I was just really enjoying the view. It was really hard to not stop because I didn't want to be late and have Margaret be too hoo-hoo with me. But one of the things I think is important in seeing all of you here today, Margaret brought up a good point. Malama, aloha. Sorry, that's extra special for me. So one of the things I think was really important about what Margaret talked about was Hawaii Island was also the place that I had the privilege of being elected to be the chair of the Democratic Party. And I take it as a great honor to have gone through that process. It wasn't easy because I had a great deal, and still do, have a great deal of aloha for Tim. And I recognize the work that he was trying to achieve. And I hope I've been able to help further some of that along. A good part of that is the fact that Hawaii Island has two important people on the executive committee. And you got to hear from Margaret Willie as one of them. And also Val Barnes is the assistant treasurer. So Hawaii Island is well represented on the executive committee. I think the important thing though that Margaret mentioned was I have to say that my election as the chair of the party was just a wee bit controversial. Only small kind. And I think part of that is something hopefully we all learn from that. If I can be and play a role in having people recognize that we should not have preconceived notions about what people's motives are and what they're going to do. Because I think Margaret's right. We've all worked together really hard to not let any of the divisiveness that may have occurred, some still does, but not as much. And I think one of the things that folks recognized was even though I was someone who has an experience in whether it's nonprofit work, state government, and my position currently as a lobbyist, that in the end, the most important thing is the party and the people it serves. And a key part of that was this legislative session. I think also what people will have seen is that I was very balanced in making sure all perspectives have been serving on the board, on the committees. So a good example, although she's not here, is Zahava Zadoff, Z, is the co-chair of the legislative committee. And some of the key pieces that we are still continuing to push forward, and the party took a strong position on that, and that is the one of minimum wage and increasing minimum wage. And recognizing what I also believe is quite true, is that one job should be enough. I think if there's anything that this party should really stand strong on, is that aspect. That one job should be enough. People should not have to work 2, 3 jobs. You shouldn't have to have adult children living with their parents other than if it's for the reason of helping to take care of the kupuna. But if you have to live with your parents because you cannot afford to live on your own, even though you have a full-time job, there is a problem. And I think the challenge for us is recognizing that as a party, there is still so much more work to do. And that's why I really appreciate being the chair of the party. I appreciate having the support of people like Margaret and others, because one of the things that I have always continued to believe is that we have more that we agree on than we disagree on. And those things we disagree on are very obvious. And I'll be upfront about what they are. I won't get into them today, but feel welcome to come talk to me about it afterwards, because we're not going to agree on everything. But there is so much more and so much that Hawaii needs that we have to stop focusing on what we don't agree on. We have to stop focusing on that. We have to focus on what we agree on. This is a powerful group of people. You might not recognize that, but you have so much capacity and ability to leverage. Not only because it's you, but you represent a lot of other people. There's people you can bring to this process. Every single one of you should have a handful of folks that maybe have not joined the party. And forget that. How about if they don't join the party, but they get involved in the community and making a difference? That's what this is about. Focusing on what we can agree on and then kicking some behind as we do that. Because it's going to take our getting involved. It's not going to happen just kind of by happenstance. There's not a single thing that has happened in that way. And I'm really happy. Thank you, my dear. I'm really happy. I just got a little sign saying, say aloha. So aloha to all of you. I'm going to be here. Appreciate it and have a wonderful convention. Mahalo.
And now I'm going to introduce Val Marks, our treasurer, and we finally counted up all the delegates and the numbers and who's in attendance. So thank you, Val.
And thanks to all of you. The biggest joy, maybe the only joy about being treasurer the last 2 years was interacting with each of you. And in fact, I think over the last couple years with all of our events and conventions, I probably had an opportunity to email or talk to you by phone, almost everybody in this room. And it's been a privilege. So thank you so much. Okay, for today's elections, we had a possible 348 delegates across the county. 171 have signed in today, which is really good for an off year. And for those who will be voting for West Side Chair, which is our only contested election today, we have 70 folks that will be using their ballot. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
You know, I just wanted to ask, I understand the process of how these candidates were nominated.
Pardon?
I understand the process as to how these candidates were nominated, but I just wanted to know why the committee decided that we couldn't see the whole slate today and to be able to vote on these people as opposed to these candidates, as opposed to just doing those that were contested. Is there a reason for that?
I would ask Chuck, who's not in here. Heather's got to respond.
I think we should call up Phil. So the Nominations and Elections Committee was chaired by Phil Barnes. Members were also Chuck Grigsby and Tane Data. So I'll let Phil come up and speak to your question. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, Phil Barnes. So, the way, what's that? Okay, the question was, why does everyone here not have a ballot that you would be checking off to vote for the officers that are presented today, the nominations? Okay? Yeah, the reason for that was we did have 2 contested elections, okay, when we started out. One of those candidates ended up dropping out. And So we had a system in place that we could have printed in a more, well, it would have cost us more money for one thing. And on that sheet, we would have two separate ballot sheets. One would be for East Hawaii, and one would be for West Hawaii, okay? So the people living in the East Side districts, which is 1, 2, 3, and 4, elect the East Side chair. Other than that, those folks vote for every other position, but they only vote for the vice chair on their side of the island. Okay, and then folks that live in districts 5, 6, and 7 only vote for the west side chair position, okay? So we had a contested race on the east side and the west side, and we were going to have a ballot with all the names on them. Once it turned out that we only had a contested election on the west side, we decided that it would speed up the process dramatically. It can be viewed, I guess, as less democratic, but if there's only one candidate running anyway, the result is a foregone conclusion. So the apparatus has been designed, and we'll see how this vote goes today. There was a lot of confusion in our last county officer elections in the convention in Kayal 2 years ago, and so Chuck Grigsby undertook redesigning this process and coming up with the way the system works, which you'll see how it operates today. And so we were set up, we could have had written ballots for everybody. We figured if every seat on the east side is uncontested anyway, then there was no reason for the people to go to the extent of checking names. One other thing I'll mention briefly is in terms of nominations, how will they come about? Okay, there are no nominations from the floor according to the bylaws. I just was informed that that's not the way it has always been. That's the way it's been since I've been active, so that's the only system I've seen. But the way that system works is I know an email went out to everybody, every member of the party, saying that we were going to be having this convention and we were going to be having this election, and if they were interested in running for any of these officer positions, they had to fill out their paperwork, and it had to be in by 30 days in advance of the convention, which is in the bylaws. And so we had a nominating committee. These people got in their paperwork, which includes getting signatures from 10 people who were registered party members in order to put their name in nomination, and the people did that. And so that's how the nominations, if someone is interested in changing that system, you don't like the fact that it's cut off 30 days in advance, then the next convention is the one where we do rules and resolutions. And as this is our own election, okay, a lot of things are dictated by the state, right? We have to follow the state bylaws. Okay, the state bylaws override county bylaws. However, those elections that we hold here in this county are run by us. So if you don't like that system and you think there should be a different way of nominating, a rule could be brought up to the next convention and passed, become part of our bylaws, and it would work different in the next election. But we're just functioning with the bylaws we've got. I guess I'd respond to that. No, I didn't hear Heather. Okay, so as I say, I was head of the Nominations and Elections Committee, and so there are a group of candidates who are interested in assuming these positions as the leaders of our Hawaii County Committee. They're all going to have 3 minutes to give a nominating speech and tell you their visions for the party, who they are, what they plan to contribute, and they'll be here the rest of the day for answering individual questions and that kind of thing. But they have 3 minutes for a speech, so I will call them up one at a time, and I'll tell you all in advance. We have timers sitting right here who will be timing the event and holding up signs with 1 minute to go, 30 seconds, pal. Okay, so, all right, so let's start off with Heather, who is running for county chair.
Aloha, good morning. It seems like I've been up here a lot today. I wanted to just thank you all for coming, and again, thank the organizing committee for putting this event together. This slide over here is what I do. Today I'm going to talk about who I am. First of all, I'm a mom. I have 4 daughters, so I know a thing or two about getting people who don't always get along to get along. My oldest is 26. I know I don't look old enough to have a 26-year-old, but I do. She's already moved off island for school, and my second oldest has moved off island for work. I have 2 younger ones. I have a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old. They're at Hilo High, Hilo Intermediate. There's 10 years in between the 2 sets. My first set, they say they're the practice batch, and I say you're not wrong. You don't really know what you're doing the first time around. But I wanted to introduce you to my children because I got a call from my oldest the other day. She's 26 years old. She's married. She's going to graduate in a couple of weeks. And she's like, Mom, I want to have kids. I really do. But let me know. You tell me, you're in the field, you're in climate change, you're in politics. I'm scared. I don't know if it makes sense right now in these times to bring another human into the world. And I gotta tell you, that was heartbreaking. I'm not ready to be a grandma, but it was heartbreaking to hear my child have that fear, have that concern. And so people have asked me, why do you do what you do? Why do you get up there and run for things? I've run for office twice now, elected office, not successfully. Hi Mark, where are you? But people ask, why do you do this? It's for them. It's for my kids. It's for all the kids in our community. The last few years, the last couple of years under this administration, we've seen workers' rights taken away. We've seen environmental protections taken away. We've seen the increase in racism and violence associated with hatred. I don't want to see my grandchild brought into that world either. And so that's what I do, because I learned from my parents, who are both teachers, that you take what skills you can and you give that to your community, and that brings value and that brings worth. And that's all I'm trying to do, is bring my skills, what I have, to my community to make what I can just a little bit better. So I appreciate your support today as chair for Hawaii County. Aloha.
Testing, yeah. Thanks, Heather. Okay, next for East Side Chair, Jerry.
Aloha, welcome to our convention. My name is Jerry Kahili. I'm a lifelong Democrat, and I learned that from my dad. My husband, I've been married to him for 29 years. I have 3 children. One is a Hawaii County Police Department detective. My middle child is a IT specialist at Fort Shafter in Honolulu. And my youngest just returned from a 4-month deployment in Iraq. And he's a black ops operator. I have 4 grandchildren. I guess the only thing I want to say is 2020 is going to be a very exciting year for our Democrats. We need to make it our mission to get this corrupt administration out of the White House and return the dignity. We need to return the dignity and respect to the office of president. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working with Heather. And I'd like to thank Shannon, because last year, in spite of her having children and having her own business, she chaired 2 grand rallies. and very successful ones at that. So thank you, Shannon.
Thank you. Next, we're going to the West Side Chair position, and Z cannot be here today, but Shannon Madsen is going to give her nomination speech. So, want to come on up, Shannon?
Aloha kako. I'm Shannon Madsen, outgoing East Side Vice Chair. Extremely grateful to have served with Margaret and the rest of the HCC, and thank you, Jerry, so much. The Grand Rallies would not have been possible without her help and Andy's help as well as the rest of the crew that helped us pull that off. It was definitely a group effort. So I'm going to be reading a prepared statement on behalf of Zahava Zadoff, who many of you all know as Z, and she's running for the West Side Vice Chair position. As someone who is now intimately aware of the duties and responsibilities as Vice Chair on the East Side, I'm very honored to endorse Z as a candidate for this position. Okay, so this is what she wrote. Aloha all. My name is Zahava Zadoff. I'm running for West Side Chair of the County of Hawaii Democratic Party. I live in Hawaiian Ocean View Estates in the District of Ka'u. I'm the District 5 Secretary and a voting member of the HCC. My apologies for not being able to be at this convention in person. I'm currently celebrating my daughter's bat mitzvah with my family and friends in the South Kona area. Let me share with you all a little bit about myself. I have always been active in politics, but it was only recently, in the last few years, that I became active in a political party. I'm a fierce advocate for those with behavioral health issues, which includes mental illnesses and substance abuse. I am a counselor and trainer and work within our community at the county and state levels to affect change. I serve on several state committees, and I am the co-chair of the Legislation Committee for the Democratic Party of Hawaii. In addition to my political involvement, I do trainings on ways to empower our youth and adults through protective factors to avoid suicide. I strongly believe that hope is the answer to just about every problem we face as individuals and as a community. I believe in and trust process. I am a linear thinker who believes that process is the opposite of drama. There is a way through every issue which faces us, and it begins with laying out a strong, logical, and strategic plan, and then following the steps laid out. Our party needs healing and common ground. Our county and state databases need fixing. Our fellow Democrats need someone to reach out to them and let them know that they are valued members. Our districts need regular meetings. The people of Hawaii County need to feel empowered to affect change. The West Side Chair can be instrumental in implementing these changes. Whether my fellows choose to vote for me or my fellow candidate for this office, Bronston Kasau, I have faith that together we can implement changes necessary to move our party forward. I commit to working with all members of the Democratic Party who wish to affect positive change in our communities, regardless of the official title that I may hold. Mahalo for your consideration.
Thank you, Shannon. Bronston?
Aloha! Always makes me feel good, yeah. I want to mahalo all of you for allowing me to be here today. As a Native Hawaiian leader and a new generation of leaders before us today, we look upon the strength of our generational past and we welcome our future. As a millennial, a Kanaka Maoli, fourth generation coffee farmer, a business leader, community servant, and a fifth generation Democrat, I believe that I understand the values of leadership in every level. The value of a leader comes from a simple Hawaiian word that we commonly use to express love and greetings. Most do not realize that this simple word is expressed in HRS Chapter 5, Aloha Spirit. Aloha Spirit is the coordination of mind and heart within each person. It brings each person to the self. Each person must think and emote good feelings to others. In the contemplation and presence of the life force, aloha, the following unihi laula loa, may be used akahai, meaning kindness to be expressed with tenderness, lo'okahi, meaning unity to be expressed with harmony, olu olu, meaning agreeable to be expressed with pleasantness, ha'aha'a, meaning humility to be expressed with modesty, and ahonui, meaning patience to be expressed with perseverance. These words hold a deeper meaning, not just how we should conduct ourselves in our personal lives, but rather in that of applying these simple words as our foundation. Our party's rich traditional past has set the foundation for us here today. And I plead to all that our party needs its foundation. Our party, through strength of aloha, can and will be the beacon for all. For our na-ohana, our families. For our keiki, our children. Our LGBTQ plus ohana. Our na-wahine, our kanaka-maoli, our aina, our oceans, from Mauka to Makai. We must look to our past to gain what we can profoundly change for our future. Together in the spirit of aloha, I'll be proud to represent our West Hawaii and Imua Democrats.
Yes, thank you, Bronston. And next is the Office of Secretary and Jeff McKnight, who is currently holding that position.
Aloha. I'm here from District 1, and I can't believe it's been a year since our last convention. So many of you worked hard on creating a new platform and resolutions. Unfortunately, some of our work has been ignored. Too often, our paid legislators' priorities are different from ours. At times, I felt like serving as an officer in the DPH might be a waste of time. But eventually, I realized that I was underestimating our ability to impact our own lives. We really do have what it takes to hold our legislators accountable. Recall the recent water theft bill, which would have allowed Alexander and Baldwin to sell water that they did not own, and which may have passed if not for the efforts of more than 1,600 dedicated citizens and strong opposition from the Democratic Party and other organizations. The Senate not bringing the bill to the floor last week was no coincidence. They've seen the power of the people, they have heard our voices, and they're changing their minds. Thank you to all the senators in this room that fought for us. We must reach out to the precincts and other community organizations and get them involved in the process. Let them know that the Democratic Party cares about their quality of life. We will fight for their right to clean water, healthy food, and a good education for their children. We care about the houseless and those who are too ill to take care of themselves. This is what defines humanity, and this is how we empower them to work alongside us to meaningful change. Our message is simple. Legislators, we need you to work towards designing an economy of good jobs that pay a living wage, but not at the expense of the health of our communities and our ecosystems. Many countries pay their citizens a living wage and provide basic medical care. Our excuse not to act seems to be that the cost of living will go up and these measures will hurt business. This has not been the case. Central to our platform must be acknowledgement of the reality of climate change and the potential effect on our communities from sea level rise and extreme weather. Recently, we've had to spend time fighting projects that exploit our resources and pollute the environment. We proudly passed a bill that would eliminate styrofoam. Now there's talk about extending the effective date for another 2 years. Why? Big Island Dairy was finally forced to shut down because they made an entire community almost unlivable. A rocket launch pad, a tuna, nuclear power plants. I want to know how these projects are going to enrich our lives. Why are we offering subsidies and tax credits to corporations to serve their interests when we can barely manage to educate our children and take care of our crumbling roads and bridges? To better serve our community, we should provide tax incentives for decentralized microgrids that do not include carbon emissions. Conventional agriculture is one of the leading sources of carbon emissions and toxic chemicals. Tax incentives should be available to local farmers who utilize regenerative agroecological practices. Our legislators should be supporting green transportation and a network of walking trails and bike paths, offering safe and beautiful places to exercise or commute. These green projects will create long-term jobs. The residents of Ohio granted personhood to Lake Erie. The citizens of New Zealand did the same for Mount Taranaki. Mauna Kea is one of our island's most treasured natural features. If corporations can enjoy the benefits of personhood, then life-sustaining entities of nature and culture, such as Mauna Kea, should also enjoy that legal status. We're running out of time. Change is desperately needed. Ultimately, our future is in the hands of the voters. Too many of our Ohana think that their voice or their vote doesn't matter. It's up to us to convince them otherwise. We need their skills, their wisdom, and their creativity. Imagine what it would be like to live in a beautiful place with abundant natural resources where everyone thrives and feels included and cared for. We need everyone to pull together and work toward that goal with our voices, our votes, our sweat, and our grit, with our humanity. Aloha. Mahalo.
Thanks, Jeff. And now the nominee for the position of Assistant Secretary, Colleen.
Jeff is certainly a hard act to follow. My name is Colleen Kelly, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. About 2 years ago, I decided to retire and move to Hawaii. Hawaii is my home now, and it will be for the rest of my life. I'm a mother. I have 3 children. I'm married, and currently have 2 grandchildren, but by the end of the year, I will have 5. So I'm pretty darn excited about that. I've been a grassroots organizer for over 30 years. I've worked in the areas of reproductive health issues, civil liberties, and environmental preservation. While I realize all of the issues on our platform are important, what's important to me, and I think is the most important, is that every person's voice must be heard. The state of Hawaii has the lowest voter turnout in the country, and the county of Hawaii has the lowest voter turnout in the state. While it's important that everyone votes in this next national election for president and all that, I believe that what really impacts people on a day-to-day basis are what actions that local elected officials do. Not just the state legislature, but our mayor, our county council. And I think if every person spoke out, they would have to listen. And so I'm committed to motivating and activating so that every voice is heard. Thank you very much.
Next, running for the position of Treasurer, Chuck.
Hi, I'm Chuck Grigsby, and we're getting a slideshow put up here. Does it say PDF on it? PDF file, yeah. It's a PDF. Oh, it didn't get the picture. Okay, well, we're going to do without the picture that's actually on the website that has my wife and myself on it. My name is Chuck Grigsby. I've been here in Hawaii for full-time for almost 10 years now, actually about 9. And I've been actively involved in the Democratic Party since the election on November 8th of 2016.
Hold the mic closer.
Okay, November 8th, 2016 turned out to be my 65th birthday, and it was also the worst day of my life. I spent all day working at a poll, an election, a polling place, thinking that we were electing the first woman president of the United States, and went home and found out that we had a joke. So, like I said, it was the worst day of my life. I've been, like I said, I've been active in what's going on ever since, particularly active since the 2017 convention where the current set of county officers was elected. Let's go on to the next slide, please. If we can go on to the next slide. Do you have PowerPoint on that machine? Okay. So let me just move on with it. There's one thing that I want to give you a couple of my thoughts about things here. The first thing is that as far as I am concerned, the global climate issues is the most important thing that we can be working on. It is an actual existential threat to our species, and we need to be paying attention to that. In addition to that, there are a lot of both economic justice and social justice issues that we're all very well aware of. Many of us carve out little pieces of those and focus on them, but they all come together as economic justice and social justice. But what I'm concerned that we need to do is we need to, as a party, get our focus and keep our focus on the things that are the most important. The climate change, those, what's that, back? Oh, I see. Okay. It's easier for me to see what I've written here. One of the other things that we need to do is we need to keep track of what our legislators are doing. We have had some recent successes, as Jeff was talking about, but we've also had more failures than successes in terms of the Democratic platform and getting that platform paid attention to in both our legislature, our county council, and at the federal level. The real thing that I think we need to do is strengthen our grassroots efforts. The politicians are going to pay attention to the voters when we have enough voters supporting the Democratic Party platform. And until we have enough voters supporting the Democratic Party platform, it's going to be very easy for the people that we send, that we vote to elected office, to pay attention to where the money comes from. And we are a special interest group without a lot of money. Let's go on to that. Okay, I'm like everybody else, I'm not paying attention to that. Here's our number one problem. Our number one problem 50% of our population is actually registered to vote, and only about 50% of those who are registered to vote actually vote. Okay, let's go on to the next slide. Go on to the next slide. Okay, and here's my personal piece of that problem. This is a TMK map of the neighborhood. I live at the Red House. There are 35 houses in that area. And let's go to the next slide. On that slide, you see that there are 3 lots that are green. Those are the people who are members of the Democratic Party. There's one that's yellow. That's a next-door neighbor of mine who is a strong Democrat. And everything that is orange is somebody that is not a registered voter in the state of Hawaii. Okay, this is the problem. I have not been out working in my neighborhood trying to get people engaged in what's going on. That's one of the things that I'm going to make my priority over the next several years. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chuck. Next for Assistant Treasurer, Amy. Where is Amy? There you are. You're working.
Always working.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Laura. Some of you know me, some of you don't. Over the next 2 years, you will. Sorry, I don't have a speech. I didn't think we actually had to say anything. But I have one thing about being a treasurer. Sometimes we get to share good news. So good news today. Good news and bad news. Senator Mazie Hirono cannot be here because she has duties elsewhere. Good news is she sent her field rep, Ann, who will be speaking a little later. And the really, really good news is that Senator Mazie Hirono is donating $500 to us for our convention expenses or just our fund in general. So thank you, Senator Hirono. And then the reason that I brought this is our money from the convention. Looks really good, huh? It's big. Unfortunately, it's really small. But big or small, the job of the treasurer is to guard our money, which is what I will do. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. And next we have our candidate for the non-male Kanaka Oiwi, Luele.
Aloha. My name is Kuala Nohea Crutcher. I was raised on Maui. I'm in the generation though that language was not spoken in our family. Hawaiian language wasn't spoken in my family. It was like the secret language from my parents and all the adults. What I did have though was a huge family, because I grew in the country of Hawaiians with the values Bronson was mentioned. They didn't talk about it, they lived it. And that was important to me. I would love to learn the language, but at my age I don't. And I think Aliki does though. And I'm so proud that this new generation coming up, Hawaiians are part of it, because I feel that as a group of Kanaka Maoli, we have a gift we can give this planet, which is how to live in Lahaina. I grew up with my father always saying, we don't own this land, this is of course. All we have to do is take care of it. And if we don't care of it, the generations next aren't going to enjoy it. And the other difference between the new generation is, during my lifetime, we were encouraged to leave the islands to go to school. Because Hawaiians were not treated very well back then. People thought we were very smart. I can remember my mother as a teacher teaching 3rd grade, and only the Hawaiian students couldn't read and write in 3rd grade. But in her class, they learned 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade. So she didn't believe that at all. So we were all sent away to school, which was of value because what you do is you get to really appreciate what you have in Hawaii. But you also get to see how other people live. So you realize that you got to start singing to everybody. But what I came home to was a lot of what I saw as a child was gone already. And so that was very sad. I mean, I don't go in the ocean anymore because I remember when I went to the ocean, we could even, if we wanted to, like, I like tamarind, and I used to dip the tamarind in the salt water and eat it. I can't do that anymore. The water's too contaminated. So along with the pure water being contaminated, the ocean water is getting contaminated. I'm glad there's an issue out right now to save the water. On this island, I'm real concerned because the mountain is where we get the water from. And both mountains are being sort of destroyed as far as the water is concerned. Pohakua is being destroyed more than Ho'olawi was. And a lot of people don't realize that, and that concerns me. The other thing that concerns me is our spiritual rights are supposed to be protected. There's lots of laws out there that protect our spiritual rights. But our spiritual rights are different than Westerners. So we don't see a church as a building built by men. Mauna Kea is the temple here. The whole top, 3,000 feet down, is the temple. And there's a Hawaiian word for it. And I don't want to say it because I think I'm going to get it wrong because I've only heard it a couple of times, but Uncle Ed talks about it. And I had to learn that after I came back. I didn't grow up with that because I'm a Maui girl. I'm not the kuleana that understands what Mauna Kea belongs to. And there's a lot of people that respect that. And I'm glad to hear that it's supported that the spiritual beliefs of protecting Mauna Kea are important to a lot of us here in this room. It's not, to me, there's a balance in this world. And if we don't take care of that spiritual balance, I think part of the things that are going on with nature is if we're not pono, then the earth has to cleanse. And I think Tutupeli did a beautiful job of showing us what happened in Puna. And I live in Puna. And for me, that was awesome to see because I saw the cleansing. I mean, all the properties that had geothermal were covered. So now we've got clear land over there again. So I hope as an island that we protect that. And the earth, of course, trying its best to cleanse this earth, but if we don't do our job as human beings, we're going to lose something that's really valuable. So I'm glad to be a part of the Democratic Party. It's something that, if it wasn't for my friend Roxanne, I probably wouldn't be because I went through a period of being real upset at the Democratic Party. But when I came to the first meeting with Roxanne, I met a lot of real strong, positive Democrats. So I'm real proud to be part of this party.
Next lady is running for the position of non-female Kanaka Oiwi. He was here earlier. Give him the food. Oh, okay. All right.
Two things. Well, first, I had no clue that I was to speak this morning, but our ohana says, year. And on there, she spoke about the Kanawai Mamalahoe, or the law of the splinter paddle, which was brought forward by Kamehameha. And what he said was, in Kanaka, all people, no matter who you are, in Malama Oko Ikeakua, take care as God has done. From the great ones to the small. America Luahine, America Elamahule. You take care of the elder Vahine, women, as well as the elder man. And even if you sleep on the side of the roads, you shall not be worried, for no harm shall come unto you. And he says, if you do not heed this, your life shall be taken. And so this, as Auntie has shown, that she comes from, that she malamas, or that she takes care of all who encompass this place. I would like to stand firm on that as well. But also to retouch on this word aloha. One of my favorite composers is that of our last reading, Queen Li'uokalani. She composed many melodies. But one thing that she did say when she went to visit her kanaka, or to tend her garden, as she would say, all her pua is all of her subjects. And what she would say is, she says, aloha is ours. All of the kanaka who now live in these islands, aloha is ours. It is ours to share. But it is also ours to not be taken for granted. So let our aloha not be taken for weakness, but for strength. I am proud to now be a part of this party. My father, as well as his brothers and sisters, worked hard for Aupuni, Hawaii, for the Kingdom of Hawaii. But I can say that I walk on that fine line so that I can too make a difference with a Kanaka voice. And hopefully bring more of our Kanaka to these Democratic Party conventions so that we can stand firm and support those in both Aupuni, Hawaii, or Kingdom of Hawaii, as well as as well as the Democratic Party. But mahalo.
Yes, Margaret was recognizing elected officials, and I'm told that Tim Richards just showed up. Where are you, Tim? There you go, in the back of the room. All right, welcome. Yeah, I'm now going to make a motion, which is going to require a second. I move that the nominations be closed, and the secretary is instructed to cast a unanimous ballot for the officers who are running unopposed. Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ayes carried. Okay, good. Now, congratulations to all of you. Yes?
Point of information, in the bylaws, it requires that the nominations go to the secretary 10 days before the convention. We ask that the secretary let the delegates know who the nominees are, so that we're better informed throughout the process of who's running.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure when it was first posted on the website, because I don't post on the website, but 30 days out, I gave them a list of who all the nominees were, and it was posted on the website, but I'm not sure how quickly. Yeah, it was on the county website. Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so now for the West Side Vice Chair, we will have an election on that. And basically, the way that it works is if you pull your name tag out and you live in one of those West Side districts, 5, 6, or 7, you have a ballot on there, and it's perforated so you can rip it off and then put your name badge back in your holder, and mark your choice clearly, and if by any chance you make an X in the wrong place, circle the correct name. Okay, so if you have made a mistake, the name you circle is the one that you will be casting your ballot for. Okay? The ballot box is in the back of the room, and Christine and Sam are accepting, it's back where the first aid table is, and so that's where you will cast your ballot. You have a question, Jennifer? Okay, so the way we're going to do this, so the way we're going to have a morning break now, and so you'll be able to cast your ballots during the morning break, and then the first 10 minutes of lunch, you can cast your ballots, and I will tell you when you have, 10 minutes left to cast your ballot, 5 minutes left to cast your ballot. The box is sealed, and then the ballots will be counted during lunchtime. So have a good break, and if you're a West Side member, cast your ballot. Thank you. Okay, everyone, we're going to start with our next speech here. You need to get to your seats.
Sound system. Talk to
Let me mention one thing here a second while everybody's moving to their seat. It's not any official announcement or anything. But I remember the last time we had a convention here in Honoka'a, you looked around the room, and there was nobody in the room under 55, except for a couple of kids that came with their parents. And I remember when I gave my speech, when I became chair, I said, the demographic in this room is only interested, it would only be interested in one group of people, and that's undertakers and people who own funeral parlors, because everybody's a senior citizen. And just look around the room now, and things have changed dramatically. And let's give an applause to all our younger members. That is wonderful. There's been a huge shift. And it is impressive. It's taken a lot of work, but it is impressive. So if everyone will please wrap up your conversations. And at this time, I would like to represent our representative from right here in this district, District 1, Representative Mark Nakashima.
Thank you, Phil. Ladies and gentlemen, from the slopes of Mauna Kea to the Kamapuakos, from Waipio Valley to Wainaku and Kamana Caves. Welcome to the first district. The Big Island is very diverse. I keep telling people that my district is the size of Oahu alone. I add on to that for the Honolulu people. I tell them, it's the size of Oahu with the population of the north. All the gold techniques are mine. But welcome to Honoka'a. I am an alumni of this school. So people walking with me earlier this morning, I knew where the cafeteria was right away. It's the first thing I found when I was in high school here. But, you know, I really was planning to do the welcome, which is why I just welcomed you. I'm probably welcoming you to lunch right now. But you know, I want to thank all of you for attending this convention. The demographics are definitely changing, not only in the district, but across the island. You know, I got a report this past year that indicates that my house district is one of the 10 oldest districts in the state. So, you know, the issues of the kapuna are very kind of primary and foremost in my mind. One of the things that we were able to do this past year with the help of my colleagues in the House and the Senate was to create a special kapuna transportation program that's looking at how we can increase the flexibility in travel for those in the rural areas. That the money has just been released, and the County Office of Aging is in charge of that program, and they are going to be looking at how to implement this kapuna program. Here right now, the kapuna do get once a week they can go shopping, once a week they can go to medical, but other kinds of programs that are there for wellness, for mental health, those other kinds of programs that will continue to ensure your productivity and livelihood into old age are not taken care of by those programs. And the hope is that through this new transportation program that actually it's the Office of Parks and Recreation, Elder Affairs is coordinating, we'll be able to increase the availability of those programs or those opportunities for our kapuna throughout this district, and hopefully expand it island-wide into the future. But again, welcome to Honoka'a. Thank you for coming. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mark. And also, I'd like to recognize Mark for donating that lovely breakfast we had this morning. Thank you, Mark. Also, we had another elected official show up. I haven't seen him yet, but Russell Ruderman's in the house, I've been told. Somewhere about here. There he is, all right. Okay. So our ranks are growing here, our ranks are growing. And the next speech is by Kai Kahele. Yeah. There he is. All right.
Aloha. You know, it's an honor for me to be here today and, you know, to not only myself to come, but also to bring my family. I brought my wife Maria, I brought our two daughters, Iolana and Namaka. And, you know, when I think about Hawaii and its future, I think about my children. And I think about your children, the children all over Hawaii. And just like my dad would bring me to democratic conventions like this, or to grand rallies, or expose me at a young age to what it meant to be a Democrat, what it meant to be engaged at the party level, at the most grassroots level, at the precinct level, at the county convention level. That's what we need more of. And you know, I'm just blessed to be here today. Thank you so much for having us, and it's great to be here in Honoka'a. And mahalo, also Representative Nakashima, and all my colleagues and the other elected officials that took the time to come here today. I think it's really important that your elected officials, whether it's at the county level, the state level, or the federal level, take the time and took the time to come here to spend this day with you here in Honoka'a. Rain or shine, you're here. It's been a difficult but also productive legislative session, a very interesting one. And I want to mahalo each of you who joined over 1,000 people across our state to submit emails and to submit testimony, and ultimately the Democratic Party of Hawaii and its environmental caucus that submitted testimony on House Bill 1326, House Draft 2. You know, I respect my colleagues in the House, and I respected the House of Representatives and the bill that they sent over. But when that bill came over to the Senate, I made sure, as the Waterland Chair, that we did our homework, we did our research. I took my committee to East Maui. We went into the streams. We stood in the pouring rain with our bibbities and our socks wet. We met with over 200 people from Haiku for 3 hours. We spent time with Mahipono in the central Maui plain, with the county of Maui, and we really did our homework. And at the end of the day, we had a 6-hour hearing. We had over 1,000 pieces of testimony, and we heard loud and clear where Hawaii stood on this issue. We proposed a solution which I really feel is the right policy, short-term and long-term for this state, and that policy passed the Waterland Committee, and that's where we are right now on House Bill 1326, which all of you know as the water bill. You know, it has been a very divisive issue this session, and it's still not over. We have, I think, another 11 legislative sessions where we will convene, and we are trying to find a solution for how we move forward with short-term and long-term water dispositions in this state. But let me be clear, I am 100% committed to the farmers and the ranchers and the utility companies that are the legal water permittee holders in this state, so they can continue to get their water, we can continue to farm to school, grow a sustainable economy, and provide renewable energy through hydroelectric plants like Helco and Kauai KIUC, so that they can provide renewable energy to the grid. What I am not for is permits that are invalid and a plantation style of doing business that, in my opinion, is gone. I think this is a generation that is awakened. I think this is a party that is changing. I think this is a Hawaii that is changing. And I am proud to stand with that change and to be the voice of the people. And so we'll see what happens over the next 2 weeks. We have a lot of other issues that we need to work on, like Representative Nakashima talked about. Fighting for a minimum wage, universal preschool, debt-free college, taking care of our kupuna. These are all big issues that we need to solve. Protecting our environment, ensuring we have clean water to drink, and a future that thrives off our small businesses so that we can provide jobs, and we can provide an economy, and we can provide a future so our kids, we don't lose them to the brain drain. We don't lose them to the mainland. They look at Hawaii as a place that they can get a quality public education, that they can get a quality higher education from the state's public institutions, and that they can get a good paying job, a living wage job in this state so they can provide for their families and not have 3 jobs and work on the weekends. So that's why I'm here. At the same time, we'll have this conversation next year. I want to be your representative in the United States Congress. Come 2020. I urge you to go to MikeHelen.com. I'm going to fight for you. It's going to be my sole purpose to represent you in Congress. Mahalo nui loa, and ikoa Hawaii.
Thank you, Kai. Keali'i, you're on. You are on. So, we're now starting a new part of the program, and this is called, a lot of people call these off-year conventions. It's a convention in a year when there's not elections that year, and so the goal of these conventions is education on various issues. And so this year we chose, since we have so many new members, we chose educating you all about how the Democratic Party works. Okay, so Keali'i's going to start this off. She's going to talk about how the party works at the state level. A little A little later, Mel Poindexter is going to do a history lesson for us on how the party was set up and run on this county in the early days. And then I'm going to do one on how the party runs at the county level. And then we have two national committee members who are going to address you in terms of how the party works at the federal level. So you'll be getting a good education here. And to start off, Kaylee.
Thank you, Phil. Okay, it's never fun to come right after a break. And although I find what the party does to be very exciting, I hope none of you fall asleep. I'm going to go real quickly. Next slide. So to be clear, and what you hear from Phil is the party is built from pretty much a ground-up perspective. The precincts, districts, counties are critical to the makeup of the Democratic Party. So this just gives you a general overview of how many districts there are, how many precincts there are within those districts, and how many members are registered Democrats in the state of Hawaii. Next one. So one of the most important things that the state party does is at its biennial state convention, which you just had one last year, is we adopt the platform of the party. This is just an overview, so I'm going to let you read that. That platform was adopted, and it can be changed every 2 years. It's important that members of the party, whether it's the counties, the districts, get involved in the development of the platform, because that's the guide. When we decide what bills we as the Democratic Party are going to support or oppose, the platform is the guide. Platform is critical to that, as are resolutions. But as you can see, they're basically the planks of what our values are as a party. They can change, and they have changed. I say mostly for the good. So the state convention is where those get adopted. As you know, and I think we heard, your next convention, you can have your own focus on that for the county. Now here's an important thing to keep in mind. As we look at what the party does, sometimes it looks like we just have a lot of meetings, and at least for me as a chair, it definitely feels like that's all we do. But a key point of that is in 2020, as an example, we already know there's going to be at least 15 candidates running to become the final Democratic candidate who is going to go up against Mr. Trump. Therefore, it's critical that this convention, the presidential preference poll in April of next year, has a high turnout. Bart's going to tell you a little bit about how we're going to change the structure, and it's going to be designed to get even more people involved. But if people do not register to become Democrats, they're not going to be able to participate in the presidential preference poll. Some of the other things, so we've got the Democratic National Convention, and again, networking and supporting our elected officials, many of whom were here today. We'll go to the next one. So this is just a general overview of the structure. So we've got the DNC. Many of you know, maybe have heard of Tom Perez. He's the chair of the DNC. Myself and the vice chair, as well as our two national committee members, are members of the DNC. Just so you're clear, if you don't know, because I already brought it up, but at the convention, the delegates get to elect the chair. All the other officers are elected by the state central committee members after the convention. So the only one, in many ways, you get to vote on who the chair is, but who you select as your state central committee members are key, because they're going to vote for who all the other officers are. So that's where you see the state central committee under there, and then each of the counties and the rest. I won't get into the rest, we'll go to the next one. So the state central committee, there's myself as the party chair. As I mentioned, we've got Gary Hoosier is the vice chair. Our secretary is Jolene. Treasurer is Kainoa. I mentioned that Val is the vice chair. Immediate past chair, which is Tim Vanderveer. And then we've got all of the different county members. So whoever you elect as your county chair today, I think we all know, welcome aboard. Wish you luck. No, just joking. Not with this body, but the State Central Committee is very interesting. And then we've got the caucuses and the members. We can go to the next slide. I think one of the key things to also keep in mind is also on the State Central Committee, the House of Representatives and the Senate also appoint members to the State Central Committee. For the House, it's Della Bellotti, and for the Senate, it's Donovan Dela Cruz. We'll go to the next one. Standing Committee. This is where all the work really happens. And I've listed some of the key ones. I want to talk to you about what that is. The Platform Committee does the work prior to convention. Legislative Committee, I talked to you about that with Josh Frost and Zahava Zadoff. They are key to looking at and developing what those priorities are. Again, based on the platform, based on the resolutions. They developed what the priorities were going to be for the party, and the SCC then voted on those. The Rules Committee is important because they look at the bylaws. So when you pass your bylaw amendments here in Hawaii County, they actually have to be reviewed and approved to some degree, to form at least, by that Rules Committee. But that Rules Committee is also important in changing the bylaws of the State Central Committee. At convention, I think a couple of you sleeping in the back. But at convention, a couple of things happen. You make amendments to the constitution of the party and amendments to the bylaws. In between those conventions, the State Central Committee can amend the bylaws. It cannot amend the constitution. The point there is the Rules Committee is critical to vetting those proposed bylaw changes. And they might seem inconsequential, but you already had some discussions about your own bylaws as relates to elections, nominations, all of those things. Membership Committee is one of the things that we're really ramping up. Part of the thing, as you folks all know, we need to get more people involved. But the other thing that the Memberships Committee is going to do is exactly what has been proposed today, which is educate people what it means to be a Democrat, what it means to be involved in the party, and how can we help people get involved. The convention, critical. You already hosted that. It's going to be in Honolulu in 2020. It's going to be May 24th. And that'll be a critical convention. That's a critical convention because you, as delegates, so you have to be elected to be a delegate. You, as a delegate to the state convention, are going to vote on several things. You're going to vote on who your national committee man and committee woman are. Again, they're members of the DNC. You're going to vote on who your chair is. Again, a member of the DNC. As well as you are going to select delegates who are going to be able to go to the national convention to cast the vote for the president from the presidential preference poll. That's a very important opportunity and critical. So, all I'm saying is start saving now, because I can tell you, no offense to anyone involved in the hotel industry, but it is an arm and a leg. And Honolulu is not getting any cheaper. We've done what we can to bring the cost down, but it's really going to be very, very costly. And we're going to be tapping many of our electeds. I'm running out of time, sweetie. Okay, so convention is critical. A lot of important things happen there. Fundraising is probably the most important thing, and one of the things that most people steer away from. I'm clear as the chair of the party, that is probably one of the most important things I have to do. If we don't have the resources, we cannot do the work of the party. It takes resources. So again, especially as relates to this next one, which is campaign. Many of the things that we find that people have a difficult time doing is when you become a brand new candidate, and of course we support our incumbents too, but when you become a brand new candidate, it's really difficult to understand all of what's available to you. How do you get involved? What's required? So some of the things that we're looking at is doing training in that area as well. So that's just a quick overview of the standing committees. Those committees, so again, why your chair is important, is the chair appoints the co-chairs of these committees. So in some ways, the chair can push the agenda of what these committees do. For some people, I'm not very good because I didn't have an agenda and didn't push them to do anything other than the work that they're supposed to do. But it can happen, so I think that's important to keep in mind. The other thing we have is caucuses. Many of you can be involved, and I hope if they're in our chapters, there's a way that we can make sure many of the caucuses do not have. And in fact, many of the committees I just showed you do not have representation from the neighbor islands. Barely any. I think Z is on so many committees so we can check the box. So any of you who want to get involved in those committees, let us know. I mean, Chuck is in rules. I mean, there's other people that are involved. But my point is there ought to be people involved in the standing committees, but these caucuses. Just as Senator Kahele spoke of, the Environmental Caucus took a position related to the water rights bill. Imagine if the state didn't take a position, because it could have chosen not to. But because it's in our platform or resolution, the caucus could take a position in support of that, even if the party as a whole did not. These caucuses are critical. We've got a Hawaiian Affairs Caucus. I think that's self-explanatory. The Educational Caucus, again, their priority is advancing educational issues, environment, LGBT. I think all of these are pretty straightforward. They do not have, or they have very little neighbor island participation. So please consider these and get involved. I mean, I know you're already involved here on the county level, but the state party definitely needs involvement. So I talked a little bit about most of these already. The other key piece that I perhaps didn't talk about is affirmative action. One of the things that we want to make sure that as a party, because we are a party that cares about participation by all members, is how to ensure that the way that we, whether it's our website, whether it's how we put up materials, how we have our convention, is accessible to everyone who needs to have access. And sometimes that's not always easy. We have a volunteer at the headquarters, wonderful young man, so involved and engaged, and it's really difficult to understand him. So when he speaks, we all are just very patient, try to figure out what he's saying, because he's engaged and involved. There's got to be ways that we make sure people who are often challenged in other forms of access don't have that problem with this party. So that's what that committee is about. The other piece at the very bottom, and I'm sorry for the spell check, but that's okay, is another thing that the State Central Committee does, is when there's a vacancy with a senator, state senator, so many of you may have remembered when Senator Ninoy passed, there were several candidates who were considered, who put their names forward for consideration to fill the vacancy. And basically the State Central Committee are the ones who delivered 3 names to the governor. The governor has to pick from the list of 3 names from the State Central Committee. To me, that's very important, and it happens in other areas as well. But this is what happens at the state level. And then I talked briefly about this. This is just what governs the state party and all of the issues or areas that we have to consider as we make our decisions. And please take note of the website if you aren't already familiar with our website. Much of the information related to caucuses and standing committees is located there. And then our headquarters, I would invite any of you who ever make it out to Honolulu to let us know that you're coming out so that we can make some time to talk story with you and help you understand what the party does a little bit more. A big part of that we did this past time, and several people, especially with the Environmental Caucus, participated in a training that we did to prepare people for lobbying, or advocating at the state legislature for things that are important to you. And so that's one of the things that we want to do, is give people information that they need to be successful in moving an agenda forward that they feel strongly about. And again, that they're Democrats. At the very bottom, I put help fundraising, fundraise. And that's because we're at a point where almost every activity we're involved in, we're looking at fundraising. It's something that we have to slowly but surely keep building upon so that we have a strong infrastructure for the party. There's really very little that we can do. It's the only way the party is funded. There's no other revenue out there. It's only through fundraising and donations. And with the state convention coming up and the presidential preference poll, we've got a hefty budget on our hands. And actually, that's it. If you have questions.
Thank you. Before we break for lunch, who still needs to vote in the West Side districts? Because I know at the close of the break there was no one back there. So everyone has voted for the position of West Side Vice Chair? Don't see any hands up? Okay, then it is closed. And we'll be counting those votes during lunchtime and giving you the results right after lunch. So hold on. No.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Is it proper procedure to close the vote when it's advertised in the agenda?
Yeah, I wouldn't have, but that's why I asked, if anyone still needed to vote.
It may be perhaps that certain people are not in the room, but they've read the agenda, and so they're not able to speak for themselves right now while they're vacant from the room. I suggest that we follow the agenda and the time frame on the agenda. Out of fairness and procedure.
Someone was saying something. Yeah, thank you for the question. Okay, all right. So there's a number of members here who cannot receive their badges until the election is closed. So I'm going to, I'll say 5 more minutes. I'll say someone's in the restroom. We'll close at 5 after 12. And so go back to vote right away if you still need to. You've got till 5 after. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Now, before I announce the West Side Chair, I want to say at the last convention, one thing we did was to say that all of those who had run should still be right there involved in the Hawaii County Committee and not to be, oh, they won, and walk away. So please do so, and please, each of you think about what state caucus, what county committee you're going to be on and make a difference. Just this is the example of the water bill. It was because everybody got out there together and took a stand. So, the results of the election, and this is the only race that was in contention, was very close, which is good. And the winner of that election was Zaheva Seidel, with 38 votes. And Bronston, very close, Bronston Kasau with 31 votes. So I thank you all. again, Bronson, I hope you'll be right there, up front, at the net, working hard with all of everyone. I now want to bring Ms. Valerie Poindexter. Oh, she wants to be next.
Okay, so yeah, she's the next presentation. We're going to have a short speech, so Senator Morano could not be here today. I saw Anna, oh, she's right here. Anna Messino, who's works for her here on the Big Island, is going to give an address from Maisie. Maisie's message to us.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for allowing us to convey this message from Senator Hirono. She states, "Aloha, everyone. While I'm not able to be with you in person this weekend, I'm certainly with you in spirit. It seems like every day we face a fresh assault on the body politic from this president and his administration. The demonization of immigrants, the ongoing attack on women's health, the rampant corruption, the packing of our courts with ideologically driven judges that are intent, rolling back protections for the most vulnerable members of our society, the concerted efforts to take health care away from tens of millions of people. Unfortunately, I could go on. But as dispiriting as things can get in Washington every day, I draw strength from all of you. I draw strength from our common values and our care and concern for one another. We cannot afford to get discouraged or complacent. Too many people depend on the work we're doing as Democrats. Because as Democrats, we have a lot to fight for. We're fighting for universal health care as a right and not a privilege reserved for those who can afford it. We're fighting to confront the climate crisis with urgent and meaningful action. We're fighting for a living wage so that one job can be enough for all Hawaii residents. We're fighting for good public schools and affordable college tuition. We're fighting for social justice, for civil rights, and for voting rights. We're fighting for the people in this country getting screwed every single second, minute, and hour of the day. With so much at stake, we can't just keep doing what we've always done. We need to do more. We need to keep fighting. It's an honor to fight alongside you. Mahalo nui loa, Mazie K. Hirono, United States Senator.
Thanks, Anna. Thank you. And I'll tell you, anybody here who's, I must admit I'm a big MSNBC fan, but anyway, Maisie should be on their payroll. She's on there so often anymore. And she is truly leading the fight in D.C. She's doing an amazing job. I'd like to do a little shout out to our two caterers today, which can both be found online, Brian. And the other one is, I'm not sure the pronunciation, but Ka'ahi Suling Delights. Very, very tasty lunch, I would say. And without further ado, we're going to get educated on the history of the Democratic Party by Valerie Poindexter.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. What I'm going to share with all of you is one of the many stories, yeah, because we have all stories in different communities about how we feel that we made an impact for the Democratic Party and how we were able to overcome, 50 years of the Republican control. So know that this is just one of many pieces to our wonderful history of the Democratic Party in Hawaii. So let's start with the next slide. Okay, so in the 1820s, American whalers, traders, and Christian missionaries began to visit and settle in the Kingdom of Hawaii. And I'm going to say that right. You don't say Hawaii. If Senator Solomon was here, she would give you food in my okole. It's called Hawaii, okay? So they settled here in the kingdom of Hawaii. And in later years, these Americans, which was a small minority at the time, began to own much of the land, which they turned into sugar plantations. Next slide. Okay, so sugarcane and pineapple represented a major part of Hawaii, the Hawaiian agriculture. However, a negative consequence of the growth in foreign agricultural exports was the displacement of the native Hawaiians from their land due to the land division laws that was set up in 1848, which allowed foreigners to buy and lease land. So there was a time in the Hawaiian kingdom, before Captain Cook and the missionaries, that land could not be bought or sold because it was never owned, right? So we just kept farming, you know, remember you're hearing about Kuleana lands. Next slide. So King Kamehameha III's Great Mahele, enacted in 1848, introduced and institutionalized the private ownership and leasing of land tracts. Within a few years, sugar plantation interests had obtained possession of major portions of the Biscayne lands. The Great Mahele was one of the most important episodes of Hawaiian history, second only to the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom. The Great Mahele, it was actually intended to help secure title for our Hawaiians, but it eventually ended up separating many of them from their lands. So those are the unintended consequences that sometimes we talk about that when as policymakers, when we make policies, we don't see what may be the unintended consequences in the future. Next slide. So the native Hawaiians were the first laborers on the sugar plantations, you know. Sometimes you think, hey, where were the native Hawaiians when we were doing the immigration stuff? But they were greatly reduced. This population was greatly reduced due to smallpox and other diseases that came with American immigrants. So as the sugar industry was growing, plantation owners knew that they needed more laborers. So they decided to start importing contract laborers. So next slide. So here is a timeline, I know it's kind of small, of just the sugar plantation immigration throughout the years. And it's real interesting because it wasn't just Japanese, Filipino, those are the bigger population coming to work. But we had Russian, we had all different mixes, but they were a smaller population that came. And I think they fought back harder, or the plantation managers thought they were too smart for them and they couldn't they didn't want to be outsmarted, so they stopped contracting with them. But not saying that we had language barriers for us. You know. So next slide. So the Chinese immigrants arrived in 1852 and some Japanese in 1868. The Portuguese came in 1878. So Japanese contract workers in 1885. And the Spanish in 1899. Other groups, like I talked about earlier, also came. The Okinawans and Puerto Ricans in 1900, the Koreans in 1903, and the Filipinos in 1906. Now, each of these ethnic groups would have struggles and challenges living in the camps and working in the fields. So the white man, which was the lunas on the horses, with the whips in the fields, slave-like conditions, unfair labor practices, poor living conditions, poor wages, and the list goes on and on and on. So let's talk about as they came. So next slide, Chinese immigrants. Do I have, oh no, this is, which one? I think I went too soon. Is this one? Yeah, okay. So, in 1852, first 175 Chinese field workers arrived and contracted to serve for 5 years at $3 a month. $3 a month. So, and then between 1852 and 1887, almost 50,000 Chinese arrived to work here in Hawaii. About 38% of them ended up returning to China, but they were treated very, very poorly. In 1853, after a half hour of deliberation in the Supreme Court, there was this white landowner that beat this Chinese laborer to death. And there was so much evidence, and it's called, that case was the King versus Greenwell. And this Chinese man was whipped to death, but he was found, the person who whipped him was found innocent. That's how bad it was. In 1891, 300 Chinese workers came. They had a riot at the Kohala. How many people from Kohala here? Yeah. They had a riot at the Kohala plantation, protesting the plantation's requirement that they return 1/3 of their pay or be deported. Now, in 1897, Chinese workers at the Hui plantation did a riot in protest of the brutality of the head Luna supervisor. So in that incident, a Chinese man was killed and they deported 15 of them. So plantation owners didn't like when we spoke up to fight for what is right and just. That's how they took care of us, right? They quickly shut you down, so the mafia. Okay, next slide, is this slide please? Yeah. Okay, so is this on 1868? Yes. Okay, so to maintain a workforce unable to organize effectively against the sugar plantation, plantation managers diversified the ethnicities of the workforce. And in 1868, the first Japanese arrived to work on the plantations. Because they wanted, like I said, they wanted to diversify language barriers. It was harder for the people to organize against them, right? So they could still mistreat the people, right? Divide and conquer. That is so true. Okay, next slide. So they were faced with very, very poor living conditions. So when they fought, and this is just one of them, I mean, there were even worse living conditions. You know, they weren't being fed, they had nothing. Okay, next slide. So in 1878, the first Portuguese laborers began to arrive. And as Europeans, and I'm half Portuguese and I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but the Portuguese people were treated a little better because they were white, right? We were considered Caucasian or Haole. Yeah, so we were treated a little differently than the Asian workers. We were offered an acre of land, a house, and improved working conditions. But we still remained under the owners of the plantation, that hierarchy, right? So as Europeans, you know, we became, after 1898, when Hawaii became U.S. territory, we were eligible for U.S. citizenship, unlike the Chinese and Japanese laborers. So we had that benefit over the Asian people. So Portuguese people were often employed as middlemen between owners and Asian workers, becoming lunas and supervisors even at the plantation. They also worked as strike breakers during the labor dispute. My father is turning over in his grave because he was an ILWU agent, and he would, to hear that is, you know. While Portuguese proved themselves good workers, few renewed their contracts, preferring instead to buy their own land and work their own farms. So next slide. Now this is so interesting. Puerto Ricans arrived in 1900, right? We hardly see any Puerto Ricans around. I have some friends that are, but they're not as much here as like the Filipinos and Japanese. So whenever we talk about immigration to Hawaii, we often forget that there were many children who also came, and many that were born here to immigrant families who failed to show their struggles as well. So at the bottom of this, it says, 7 of the ragged, half-starved little Puerto Ricans who had escaped from a life of slavery on Hawaii's plantation were photographed by flashlight in the Examiner editorials room by Percy Dana, and it goes on to say that. But they struggled, our children struggled, you know, at the hands of what was going on and the type of government that was being allowed to handle all our plantations. Next slide. So Puerto Rican immigration to Hawaii began when Puerto Rico's sugar industry was devastated by 2 hurricanes in 1899. The devastation caused a worldwide shortage of sugar and a huge demand for the product from Hawaii. So Hawaiian sugarcane plantation owners began to recruit the people who needed jobs, experienced laborers in Puerto Rico. Between 1900 and 1902, over 5,000 Puerto Ricans left their home island and traveled to the islands here in Hawaii and worked on the sugar plantations. So as we were searching worldwide for laborers and recruiters promised comfortable accommodations during their long trip. They were promised all these great things, right, to get them to come. Well-paid jobs, great housing. But when the Puerto Ricans arrived, they saw how sorrowful it was, how bad the conditions was. And while the work was well-paying as promised, the quality of housing and access to goods and services were not good. So additionally, Puerto Rican immigrants were thrown into an established multicultural ethnic community with languages and cultures that were foreign to them. And despite these challenging beginnings, many of them put down roots here in Hawaii and stayed. So my hats off to them. And this part is kind of important because they had a hero among the Puerto Rican people. Because according to the State of Hawaii Data Book in 1982, by the year 1910, there were 4,890 Puerto Ricans living in Hawaii. Both Puerto Rico and Hawaii were territories of the United States. However, the passage of the Jones-Shafroth Act of 1917, the same year the United States entered World War I, granted American citizenship to Puerto Rican residents in Puerto Rico and excluded those who resided in Hawaii. Yet the non-citizen Puerto Ricans who were here got draft numbers, right? They were going to get drafted. Yet they weren't afforded the right, the right to vote to be a citizen. The plantation owners, like those that compromised, which is a big five, found territorial status convenient, enabling them to continue importing cheap foreign labor. In 1917, Puerto Ricans in the island, believing that they were entitled to the same rights that every other U.S. citizen had, tried to sign up to vote in the local Hawaiian election and were denied their rights by our county clerk, who claimed that early immigrants to Hawaii were not covered by the Jones Act. So I got this picture off of this blog site from, his name is Efren Neves something, and he said, he quoted, "Our latest blog featuring Puerto Rican civil rights activist Manuel Oliveira Sanchez, who fought for recognition of U.S. citizenship of Puerto Ricans in Hawaii." So he was their hero. He was a court interpreter at the time. He became enraged in the violation of the civil rights of his fellow countrymen. He encouraged his fellow Puerto Ricans to protest by telling them, if you're not allowing us to vote, then don't answer the draft call. So he fought them in court and they won. They won. So the territorial Supreme Court, well, the first court denied them, and then when they went to fight, the territorial Supreme Court reversed the decision of the lower court, granting the Puerto Ricans of Hawaii their United States citizenship. So, and I'm sorry this slide took so long for me to talk about, but I think it's really important to know the things that we struggled with through the type of government that was running in our community, in our plantations. Okay, next slide. So, in 1903, the Koreans arrived. Korean immigration to Hawaii has been constant since the early 20th century. There have been two distinct points at which immigration has peaked. The first wave was 1903 to 1949, and then the second wave came from 1950 to 1964. And what did the Koreans contribute? What comes to mind when you think? Kimchi! Kohala, kimchi, so every nationality gave something. Yeah, Portuguese brought something that Hawaiians love right now, which is a ukulele, right? So every ethnic group brought something. Next slide. So 1906, Filipinos arrived. Pictured here are the sacadas, which are male Filipino laborers who migrated from the Philippines to work in the field. And this is a picture in Eva. And did not, so it's the Waipahu sugar plantation. But I just wanted to show when they came, look at how many people came out, and you know, they were gonna have it start, I guess, you know, when you come in for your training, they line them up, and then we're gonna start working. So now we started to bring in the Filipinos. So before I move on to the next slide, I just want to give out a shout out to the Kohala plantation too, because that operated for like 110 years, but that plantation was so unique because that was considered a missionary plantation, because it was founded by Reverend Elias Bond in 1862 to support his church and school. So the funds from that plantation went to support the you know, teaching kids and Christianity and stuff like that. So that was unique because that didn't happen in other plantations, yeah? That was more for profit. So now we've gone through the timeline of immigration. Next slide. Let's go back into our government. That was what was impacting us, and especially our Native Hawaiians. So as immigration to Hawaii continued, the Kingdom of Hawaii was experiencing some unpleasant changes. 1886, Americans who are now living in Hawaii formed what they call the Hawaiian League. That was a secret, they would have secret meetings and things that would happen. The goal of this league was to overthrow King Kalakaua and have the United States annex Hawaii. In July 1887, the new Bennett Constitution for Hawaii was written, and the Hawaiian League forced King Kalakaua to sign this constitution that limited his power and limited Native Hawaiians' right to hold government office. So pictured here is Lawrence Thurston. He's a grandson of American missionaries. Was the organizer of the Hawaiian League and firebrand behind the revolution against the Hawaiian monarchy. So during this time, plantation owners, you know, power to them, right? So they worked hard to maintain their hierarchical system, power and control that prevented worker organization and divided the caste based on ethnicity, as we talked about earlier. An interesting outcome of this multicultural workforce and globalization of plantation workers was that what emerged from all of us talking all different, because we had to communicate some way in the plantation, right? I don't talk to, I'm here, I'm Filipino, I cannot, the Japanese worker, and I gotta try to figure out how to talk to him, right? So I'm learning pieces. It was called broken English, more well known as the pidgin English. So I know a lot of you, I grew up talking just pidgin English. You know the kind, you go see the kind over there, you know, she gets something to eat, you know the kind, you know, I still talk pidgin English. And I grew up in a time too where some people who came thought that it was wrong. That, you know, how come these local kids and all not getting taught the right language? They can't even speak English. You know, so they didn't appreciate what we had. Yes, we had a hard time growing up in the plantation, but you know what, we're poor. We're happy though, because we had that lifestyle because we took care of each other, and we all had each other. We had to take care of each other because nobody else was, right? So, okay, so we talked about the 1887 and the Bennett Constitution that greatly curtailed the king's power, making him a mere figurehead, right? So while all of this is going on in government, back here in our sugar plantation camp, here in our own Honoka'a town, can you do the next slide? Is a guy by the name of Katsugoto. How many of you have heard of Katsugoto? I'm sure a lot of you have heard of him. He was the start of our voices to be heard, right? Because we didn't have the ILWU at that time. And ILWU, I'll tell you about the impact that they had on the Democratic Party taking control as well, because I got to give credit where credit is due. But Katsugoto came from Japan, and he was fluent in English because he worked at he contract worker aboard the SS City of Tokyo was the name of the boat. So he came with the first Japanese who came, and he ended up being in Okala. So they assigned him to a plantation in Ocala where I live. And after his contract, he didn't like, the poor conditions. So he opened up his own business in Honokaa. He had a store. But the people at Overend Camp, and Overend Camp was, when you're coming into Honokaa, you're just getting into Honokaa before the fire station. Anyway, there was a camp down below there. That was Overend Camp. And that's where he started meeting with the people there and advocating to the plantation owners about, their living conditions and the fair wages and all of that. They didn't like it. So they hung him right here in Honokaa town. Right on the telephone post in that corner, they hung him for people to see. If you speak out, this will happen to you. Yeah. And that was such a powerful statement that they were making, so that it would put us all in fear. And that was so wrong. I mean, you can go read up on Katsugoto. So what I'm doing is I'm giving you the glimpses of what happened. Go research that, because then you can understand more of our struggles. So Hawaii was definitely in turmoil. We desperately needed a Democratic Party in Hawaii to stand up for us, being abused in that way. Next slide. So the Democratic Party of Hawaii was formed on April 30th, 1900, by supporters of the Queen in the wake of a plague quarantine in Honolulu. So the meeting brought together 5 men. It was John H. Wilson, the son of a marshal of the kingdom, Charles Wilson, B. Wilson, John S. McGrew, a doctor and supporter of Kalakaua, Charles J. McCarthy, a saloon owner and a former member of the Honolulu Rifles, which was our first Hawaiian cavalry. David Kawananakoa, he was a prince. He was a prince of the house of Kawananakoa. And Delbert Evener Metzger, an engineer from Kauai. So the group believed that it was necessary for a party in Hawaii, now a region of the U.S., to have a national counterpart to survive and establish the Democratic Party of Hawaii. And so one of their intentions of the party was to have home rule, which we often hear, we definitely need home rule. Following the overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy, the Reform Party, which was also referred to as a missionary party, seized control of government and intended to annex Hawaii to the United States. The Reformers became affiliated with the Republican Party for this support of Hawaii's annexation, in contrast to the Democrats' opposition. So the first convention of the Democratic Party of Hawaii was held on May 16th of that year and was attended by 500 people. And then later that year, Prince David Kawananakoa attended the 1900 Democratic National Convention in Kansas, becoming the first royal attendee. And at the convention, Prince David Kawananakoa formed an affiliation between the Democratic Party of Hawaii and the Democratic Party of the United States. So this is the beginning to a better life. There's still many challenges ahead, yeah. This was just the beginning of our Democratic Party, because the Republicans are still in control. Next slide. And sorry for putting all these words on this slide, but to me it's important to read it, to have it embedded in your mind so we can prevent discrimination and abuse by big corporations, and always push for people before profits. Okay, so discrimination by the Big Five. The Big Five was a name given to a group of sugarcane corporations that wielded considerable political power in the territory of Hawaii and leaned heavily towards the Hawaii Republican Party. The Big Five consisted of Castle and Cook, Alexander and Baldwin, Brewer and Company, Amtrak, and Theo H. Davies and Company. The owners of the Big Five were European Americans who would indulge in discrimination and bigotry against ethnic groups who worked the plantations. They had an association called the Hawaii Sugar Planters Association, HSPA, whose power could be considered as equivalent to an oligarchy, which is like just maintaining control, not sharing it. The Attorney General of Hawaii, referring to the Big Five, said in 1903, quote, "There is a government in this territory which is centralized to an extreme unknown in the United States, and probably almost as centralized as it was in France under Louis XIV. Wages," unquote, and then wages and living accommodations depending on their jobs and race. Europeans were paid more and received better living quarters. So talking about the Big Five, I want to give a big shout out today, and I think we owe him a standing ovation to Senator Kahele for standing up against the Big Five to protect our water rights. So Senator Kahele, thank you so much. Yeah, come on, people, stand, because he stood up against one of the Big Five. I mean, nobody has done that so far for us. So thank you so much, and with your leadership, I know we're going to move in the right direction. Next slide. So this is a Republican Party campaign advertisement, because they wanted to maintain control, right? They didn't want to give it up because they knew we were having a Democratic Party in Hawaii. So it says, one part says, "Stand by your party that stands by you. Vote straight Republican next Tuesday, November 2nd. This is in 1928, though. So they were fighting to keep that Republican control. Next slide. So under the Republican control, not only were our immigrants struggling, our Native Hawaiians were also facing struggles at the hands of the Republican government. And a good example of this was the Massey case. How many of you know about the Massey case? Yeah. That was such a shameful time under Republican government. These men were wrongfully accused of a gang rape of Talia Massey. Next slide. This is Joseph Kahahavai. He was the one that was murdered by the naval officer Tommy Massey, which was the husband of Talia, and I think I'm pronouncing the word, and Grace Fortescue was the mother, who also was part of that murder in Hawaii after, a hung jury for the alleged rape of, Talia Massey. That was so sad that somebody got killed when he was innocent.
Every time I go to Honolulu, I go to his grave site. It's right next to Kamehameha School bus stop. You go to Oahu, you can go honor his grave. It's right across the street from Kamehameha School's bus stop.
Yeah. And when he had his funeral, it was compared to the Queen's funeral. Because see, the Hawaiian people, they weren't going out to fight, they weren't known for that, right? Fight and yell and scream and kick it. They weren't known for that. But they were known to speak loudly with their aloha. The amount of people, I wish I had that picture, which I wanted to call the university because when I went to take Hawaiian politics, I remember seeing that picture. The amount of Hawaiian people that came out for his funeral in the street and it was an amazing sight to see. It spoke volumes without saying anything about how wrong that was, yeah? So, next slide. So Hawaii Republican Governor Lawrence Macaulay Judd pardons Massey and Fortescue on manslaughter conviction, right? So Tommy Massey and Grace Fortescue were both arrested for the homicide of Joseph Kahahavai. The Navy personnel, spouses, and other white people treated, and I'm quoting this, treated them as if they were celebrities. The duo never thought the jury would convict them, but the jury did, yeah? They got convicted of the manslaughter and sentenced them to 10 years. Unfortunately, the governor of Hawaii, the Republican governor, pardoned them and reduced the sentence to 1 hour in jail. They were freed after abducting and murdering a man they were not even really sure was the perpetrator. Despite evidence that a rape may have never happened, it didn't matter to Tommy and Grace. So the picture in the bottom, they're at Iolani Palace shortly after found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to serve 1 hour in prison and a prison term in 1932. Look how happy they were. Yeah, it makes you sick. It makes you sick. Next slide. So Navy officials made outrageous and untrue claims that no white woman was safe in Hawaii from roaming bands of sex-crazed local men. Some members of Congress demanded martial law for Hawaii. In 1933, political cartoon, this one here, regarding the massacre case that appeared in America's first national weekly gossip tabloid, which was the Broadway Society gossip page. But it made us look, told the world that we were bad people. And Hawaii, the people in Hawaii, our people were just evil. Okay, next slide. So Hawaii sugar planters prefer to import Filipino laborers for, this is the wrong thing they did. They brought this guy here as one of the laborers. It turned out to be their demise of control of these managers. Anyway, so since the HSPA, which is the Hawaii Sugar Planters Association, paid Filipinos the lowest wage among different ethnic groups in the plantation, it was still cheaper to import Filipino laborers, even if they were provided free passage to Hawaii. This time, they didn't have to pay back. The other ethnicities would have to fork over money to them to pay for some of the trip. Yeah, so second reason why they wanted them here, Philippines was a U.S. colony and the Filipinos were technically U.S. nationals. Due to their colonial status from the legal standpoint, it was practical to hire Filipinos. As U.S. nationals, they were not covered by the exclusion laws barring the importation of other so-called Orientals, mainly Chinese and Japanese. And third reason is Filipinos were viewed as a leverage, an alternative labor to use against Japanese workers who were staging strikes to improve their conditions in the plantations. Again, they're using ethnicities to go against each other, right? They want to keep them separated. They want to keep them fighting against each other because the Japanese were starting to get successful. They were still doing strikes. They weren't successful yet, but they were standing up for their rights, right? The fourth reason was because Philippines was a agrarian country exposed to sugar growing. The HSPA felt that Filipinos were suitable as sacadas, but sugar was not grown in some of the areas, and they were not, so in some of the areas that they were bringing some of the Filipinos from, they weren't used to the sugar cane type of industry as some of the other areas in the Philippines, so these people were really exposed to the harsh working conditions of being in the heat and, the fields, living conditions. The fifth reason is that Filipinos were perceived to be obedient, subservient, and uneducated, and therefore would not join labor unions and be prone to strikes. Finally, the Filipinos proved to be industrious and hardworking. So that's why they wanted them, right? Because they figured these Filipinos don't gonna fight back wrong. This guy here, Pablo Manlapit, he was the founder of the Filipino labor movement, and he came in the early 1900s. And like Katsugoto, he fought for the rights of the Filipino people, fair wages, fair labor practices. He ended up marrying, how many of you know who Dr. Cheryl Ramos is? She's a UH professor at Hilo, Portuguese, yeah. Anyway, he ended up marrying her aunt, so a Catholic girl from Powillo. So he was the one organizing the Filipinos. He organized 12 strikes against the sugar barons. The most dramatic and bloodiest of these occurred in 1920, 1924, 1937. But next slide. This one here was most talked about. He wasn't there. It was the Hanapepe massacre on September 9, 1924, at the height of the Filipino sugar plantation strike on Kauai. 16 Filipino plantation workers of Visayan ancestry and 4 local policemen died during a violent confrontation along Hanapepe Road. This incident has come to be known as the Hanapepe Massacre. Even if Pablo wasn't there, he was blamed for the massacre and they sent him away from Hawaii. Hawaii Sugar Plantation Association wanted to do one last wave of cicadas because they figured, hey, Pablo is gone, right? So let's go get one more wave, the last wave of Filipinos, so we can have more laborers. They came on the SS Manawili. So at that time already, the ILW stepped in to help all of us, taking the lessons from the bitter labor wars waged by Filipinos between 1920 and 1940. The ILW started its drive to unite Hawaii's the ethnic groups, the diverse ethnic groups and working class, under the slogan, and you'll see this on all of their letterheads and everywhere they go, an injury to one is an injury to all. So they said we need to unite. They know what the Big Five was trying to do, right? Separate all the ethnic groups by camps and just causing the divide so that they can still conquer. So, next slide. So pictured here is the 1946, the great, oh, and I forgot to tell you, when they came over on the boat, the SS Manawili, ILW was so smart, they outsmarted the Big Five. Because they ended up asking Pablo Malapit for some help so that he could help organize on the boat, some people to organize on the boat and teach those Filipinos coming over what is unionism and why it was important to be a union member so that we could fight for what was rightfully theirs, the fair wages, fair labor practices. So they educated them on the boat on their way here. By the time they arrived, they were all signed up to be ILW members. Yeah. So you look at what the ILW helped to do. Yeah? It's sugar plantation workers across all of the islands of Hawaii from all ethnic backgrounds, shut down the entire plantation system in the state's first multi-ethnic industrial strike. Yeah. So now we were moving ahead and fighting for what we needed to fight for, and voices were being heard. And as I stated before, tried to discourage the managers who tried to discourage unity by bringing in new workers of different ethnicities and segregating them to different camps. But when the sugar plantation owners decided to bring the last wave of Filipinos, boy, did they get outsmarted, and that's what it takes. So upon the Sakata arrivals, as I said, they were all union members. This was the beginning, eventually, that put ILW in a position to become the political force for the Democratic Party in 1954, halting Republican control in Hawaii for over 50 years. How about a hand for our ILW? Yeah, you gotta give credit where credit is due, because sometimes I hear out in the community, hey, ILW this and I control that, but you gotta look at why unions exist, because they have a place. They have a place. They have to fight for our fair labor practices and fair wages. Next slide. And we cannot forget, of course, the Burns machine, right? Because this helped us in our democratic revolution of 1954, like with what ILW helped us with. So following World War II, a local movement to empower laborers in Hawaii was formed. Honolulu Police Department Officer John A. Burns began organizing the plantation laborers, especially Japanese American and Filipino Americans. He came to know while on the police beats, on his police beats. He began what would be known as the Burns machine. He believed grassroots organizing and the power of elections could overturn the corruption of the Republicans in power, and it did. And so we need to keep remembering that. We need to keep our grassroots movement going, and I know, like I said, my dad was an ILW agent, and I always believe in grassroots movement, and working for the ones whose voices are falling through the cracks. Next slide. So to get a better perspective on why we are known to be a multicultural society because of the immigration, people coming from Japan, Philippines, Korea, whatever. This is what it looked like, the population race in 1959. That's just a snapshot of what it was at that time. Okay, next slide. And I couldn't end without sharing our last harvest here in Hamakua. Yeah, this is such a devastating time for us. And we couldn't have done it without our democratic leaders. We had great democratic leaders. I mean, I don't know if you all remember Yoshito Takabini. He will be forever in my life. Steve Dwight, his son Dwight, who took over too after Takashi Domi, they were all part. When Hamakua Sugar was closing, they came and stood by our side, right, to help us. And not only Yoshito, Dwight, Takashi, Domingo, Senator Inoue came, Senator Akaka, Governor Waihee. I remember meeting with Governor Waihee and Senator Inoue, and it was over in camp where, just where Katsumoto got murdered. We had an Office of Social Ministry, had a community area to give service to the dislocated sugar workers, and we were meeting down in that camp. We also had Department of Health, Department of Labor, County of Hawaii, Jay Testa. I don't see David Fortes here, he was part of that group as well. But too many more people to keep mentioning, but they all stood by our side to rebuild our community because we're losing all of our homes. There was, and in our home, we had no water. We were all surviving on ditch water, right? We had the ditch system. That wasn't going to exist anymore. So how were we going to get water? Then we all had gang cesspools. The ILWU, I tell you again, came through for us. They lobbied in Washington for more funding to come for us. We got grants and we got low interest loans so that we could start to rebuild the community. The county allowed us to get, the ILWU helped organize this group called the Hamakua Housing Corporation so that we could take ownership of all our homes, right? If we stayed for the last harvest, because we needed to stay for the last harvest so that we could do the last harvest, right? So that was an incentive. So they fought hard to make sure that we would have our homes. They had help come in so that we could build our own private water systems, eventually turning it over to the county to be county owned. I'm almost done, I promise you. Just a couple more slides, say aloha. But we were in gang cesspools. We had to figure out how do we become our own homeowners. We had no idea because the plantation took care of us all that time. We paid $32 a month rent, I think, at that time when I was growing up. So, we lost our medical. I mean, I just got to give credit to the ILWU and our Democratic Party for standing by us to help us recover, like they will for the people of Puna also. So, I just want to say that. Now the last two slides, this is a big mahalo with great appreciation and gratitude. People sacrificed their lives for us so that we could stand here today united, celebrating our democratic accomplishment. And next slide, I leave you with this quote from John F. Kennedy that says, as we express our gratitude, we must never forget that the highest appreciation is not to utter the words, but to live by them. So as Democrats, I encourage you to go back to our party values, yeah? And about how we treat each other with aloha. How the Hawaiian people, they were good examples for us. When that boy got killed, they didn't go out like one crazed place and start yelling, swearing, just rioting. No, they didn't. They spoke quietly by appearing in a mass amount of people for support of this guy. I'm just asking that, our times are changing here in Hawaii. We have a lot of newcomers. I married one of them, Poindexter. Just saying that, come, learn what we've been through, learn our culture, and come grow with us, together with aloha. Now, not the fight, fight, fight. And one last thing before I go, I just want to recognize Tom. Tom Kinney, can you just stand up real quick? He didn't even know that I would do this. We lost our medical. Hundreds of people had no medical. He was a doctor at Hamakua Infirmary at the time. They were getting rid of all of them because no more money to pay them, right? He didn't have money paid to him. He stayed in our community and he provided health care for our people with no health. So I just want to thank you for not abandoning us. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, that's definitely a tough act to follow, with some stuff that's kind of boring, but thank you, really appreciate that history lesson. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm giving the next talk here today, and I'm going to cover some basics about how the county party is run, because there's quite a few new folks here. And the first thing I would throw out is that when I was chair, and I'm sure Margaret could give you the same story, people are always asking me these questions, and 99% of the answers are on the web page. David, you probably experienced the same thing. So we're going to play around with the web page a little bit here, because between the state web page and the county party web pages, there's a vast amount of information that I'm afraid is not accessed very often. So I'm going to deal with that. So that's why on your program, at the bottom of the second page of your program, it gives the URLs for the state webpage and the county webpage. So I'll start off with the precinct level. So this is the basic organizing principle, and Kaylee, you went over a little of this from the state standpoint. So these precincts have a set of officers. Those officers are chosen every 2 years. And those officers serve a 2-year term. Okay? The next precinct club elections will be held in March 2020. So, Bart Damon and some other folks are going to talk about this more later on. But the PPP, when the people in Hawaii pick who we're choosing to be the next Democratic nominee for president, the precinct club meetings next year are probably not going to be held in conjunction with that. Okay? So one thing that means is you aren't going to have as many folks as a precinct meeting as you do on these elections when there's a PPP year. So you guys are going to have to beat the bushes and make sure you get good turnouts to your precinct club meetings, which will be holding in 2020. Many precincts, and I'm sad to report this, but many precincts, that meeting that's held every 2 years is the only meeting they ever hold. Okay? There's a few precincts that are very active, but it's very, very few. So I'm urging you, and I'm going to have a little spiel after the convention's over with. If you're a precinct president, I'm going to have a brief get-together up here after the convention and show you how to send an email blast. Okay, because very few precinct presidents ever do that, and they could be doing that. So I'll give you a brief lesson. And okay, here's one organizing principle I'm throwing out if you're a precinct president. What I'm planning to do in my precinct, which is about the smallest precinct in District 1. District 1 has a huge gathering here today, but I'm the only one here for my precinct. It's a sad precinct. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to send out an email blast to all the members in my precinct and invite them to a viewing party for the first Democratic presidential debates. So they're in late June, I think, 26, 27, 2 nights in a row. And so if you're a precinct president, this would be a good way, because I think if you send that blast out, you'll get quite a few folks who are interested in watching the debate in kind of a party format where you can have discussions before and afterwards. And so I urge everyone to do that. And then when it comes time for the precinct club meetings, you'll have a few more names there of people to contact to get in the loop of leadership. Okay, so precinct club presidents can gain access to the database for their precinct, and I'll show you a little bit about that. Okay, now if we can go to the state bylaws page, you see this up here, okay? So you go to About, and then come down to Documents, and then go across. Constitutional bylaws. Okay, then click on bylaws. And it's got the table of contents. You know, precinct clubs are on page 7. So then you can go to page 7. And, you know, I'm not going to go through and read this or anything, but it gives you the guidelines for how for those laws that govern a precinct club. So look at it yourself. Okay, so I believe you're all good readers, so you can check this out. Check the bylaws out. Very few people do. Okay. Now, in terms of delegates to the state convention, this is a little trickier. Each precinct has a designated number of delegates to the state convention. It's totally different than this convention. Okay, it's a much more stringent set of rules that govern that process. Okay, so the number of delegates from each precinct is determined by how many people turn out in that precinct to vote in the previous election. Okay, so those precincts, like, what's the one in Hilo? 8 is huge. Okay, they get a great turnout, and so they get more representatives at the state convention. So this is another reason why you want to get your precinct people out, get them to go to the polls, get them to vote, etc., etc. So you can up your representation. Okay, next I'm going to go to the district level. So all of those precincts are organized into a district. And now we're on the county webpage, and I don't know how many have gone to this map, but you can see it right on the start. And this shows the districts on our island. Now, Kaylee mentioned this a little bit. So I don't know why that's doing that. Am I too far close to the mic? Okay. So the way the way the districts are organized is by state house districts. Okay. So sitting here, we're in Mark Nakashima's house seat, and that is District 1. Okay, so there's 7 House members on this island, so there's 7 districts. I'm highly hoping that as a result of the 2020 census, we'll get another House seat over here. I mean, this is a possibility. People talk about trying to get another Senate seat. Hey, how about another House seat as well? So this could change. So this changes every 10 years. After you have a census, we do the new redistricting based on those census results. Okay, so make yourself familiar with that. You can check back that later on. So you can go ahead and take that off, Heather. And so the way the districts get their leadership is you have those precinct club meetings. The precincts select officers. And again, you can go to the bylaws and read about the officers and the duties of each officer in a precinct. And those people come to a district council meeting. And the district council, so this has to be done within a month of the precinct club meetings, okay? And so a lot of you are new, might want to get involved, so get involved with your precinct. And a position to shoot for, if you're interested in getting on the district council, is district council rep. Because people usually aren't fighting for that position, even if you're in an active precinct. But district council rep gives you a seat in the district council automatically. Okay? That's the position I have in my precinct right now. I'm district council rep. Nobody else wanted the job. So I went to my district council, okay? And then I got elected secretary of my district, which gives me access to the database of my district, which is nice to have for getting information out. So, secretary is a position I like to shoot for in terms of being able to do various things. So you go to that district council meeting, you get elected a district council officer. Now, I'm not sure about Oahu, but on this island anyway, most of the activity tends to take place at the district level, okay? Because it's just hard to get enough people together in a lot of precincts to be able to do much. But if you have a whole district to draw from, which you saw the size of those maps, it's much easier to get a mass of people to do whatever it is you're wanting to do. And again, there are districts that meet very rarely either. So it's up to you to get involved. I mean, you folks sitting here, I'm expecting you guys are going to be the precinct officers and the district officers after this next election. And so whatever you would like to see the party do, you can do it, okay? So there's a lot of different routes you can take. So I'm going to skip the part on going to the state bylaws. I was going to go to the state bylaws and show you district stuff. So it's in the same thing, okay? So you can go to the district section in the bylaws and see the rules. You know, how many officers can you have, blah, blah, blah. You can look all that stuff up. No reason to write anything down about it. Okay. Let's see what we got to do next here. Yeah, so most districts, if you have a meeting in a central location in the district, everybody in the district can probably make it in 20 minutes. So that's why I say that's a good organizing. Some like Hilo, you know, the district is not even all of Hilo town, so that's closer. But even in District 1, if you hold a meeting in Lapahoehoe, virtually everybody in District 1 can get there, you know, within a half-hour drive anyway. So that's why it's good to organize a lot of activities at the district level. So the district officers also serve a 2-year term, and they're elected every 2 years, just like at the precinct level. Okay, let me throw out a few ideas for things that can be done at the district levels. And some districts are extremely active and others aren't. But, okay, some things you could have a political book club. Yeah, any of you have done book clubs before, you know, picking a book and reading, meeting together every so often, having a discussion about it. You can have legislative lobbying ideas, like I'm sure those people over on Maui were doing a lot of organizing at the district level, particularly those people most affected by this diversion that was taking place. You can have candidate forums. Very few districts have had candidate forums, but the districts that have had these have had real good luck at getting a turnout, and I know we had a big one in District 1 last time, and District 4 had some, and I don't know if any other districts had candidate forums. But it's interesting because the candidates are happy to come out to a district, and so you can get one-on-one time with the candidate and ask them personal questions and things you would not normally be able to do. So I would encourage all districts to have candidate forums next year. Let's see what else we got. Picnics. You name it, movie nights. Yeah, some districts before have had movie nights where they pick a politically motivated movie, have a screening, everybody gets together, discussion, potluck beforehand. So there's limitless activities you can be doing. And one other point I'd like to get out, because I don't know if people know this, but we've intentionally designed for the convention to move around the island, okay? So for instance, this convention, District 1 is mainly hosting it, okay? So District 7 gets involved in this one sometimes, but it's a long story, but District 7 pretty much put on the Hilo convention last time, so we gave them a break, and District 1 did this one. The next convention next year will be in Kona. Okay, so that's District 6 is in Kona. And in part of District 7 that's really fairly close to Kona, okay, like Waimea down, and District 5, you know, as you get Captain Cook on in. So get all those folks involved. So you guys will be the host of the next convention. So you'll be looking for a venue and planning a program and all kinds of stuff like that. So I'm putting the Kona people on your toes. It's coming to you next. East Side districts get involved with running the grand rallies, which are held in Hilo. So Kona Waimea folks have gotten involved in having a 4th of July picnic in Kona many years. That's a long-running tradition. So there's things that are kind of localized to your area that you can get involved in. Okay, last thing I'm going to mention here in terms of how we're organized is a Hawaii County Committee. Okay, so the Hawaii County Committee makes the decisions for what the party does on this island. Okay, and they're the ultimate group in charge of putting on a convention, but the host district helps out with logistics and things like that. The HCC decides all kinds of legislative priorities, and they're the voice that determines everything. The HCC will run the presidential preference polls in conjunction with the state, whatever format those happen to take the next time they're held. So this is something the Hawaii County Committee does. So who is on the Hawaii County Committee? Basically, it's pretty simple. All those folks you elected today are the officers of the Hawaii County Committee. All right? They're called the Executive Committee of the Hawaii County Committee. Okay, in addition to that, you also have all the district chairs involved in that, and I think maybe 1 or 2 other officers from the district. I'm not sure, but the HCC, I think the last time I looked, the total number of possible members was 43 or something like that. So this is a group that, in the bylaws, has to be a minimum of 4 times a year, and they do the planning to run the party. And the executive committee meets more often and makes day-to-day decisions to keep the party running. Okay, trying to blast through this here. Okay, so that's kind of the main thing. One other component of the HCC that I didn't mention before, and Kaylee mentioned this earlier, is the State Central Committee. Now this is an important point. So the districts are arranged around House District, right? The State Central Committee, which obviously has way fewer members, is organized around Senate districts, okay? So we have 4 Senate districts on this island, and you have a male and female rep for each of those districts, so that's 8 folks. And then you have an at-large male and female rep. So we have 10 people on that committee. And this is extremely important. And we gained 2 new members when we gained our extra Senate seat. I mean, as a result of the last census, we gained another Senate seat. And who knows if we gain another Senate seat yet, maybe another House seat. We'll have more representation at the state level, which is good because you know, you have to make the needs of Hawaii County get carried out at the state level and get funding for the things we want to do and all of that, because most of the money tends to come from the state. And so, okay, so look, what let's do now is go to our webpage. Oh, you got it up already. Okay, so did you go back to the front page? Why don't you go back to the front page just so they see how to get to this, the home page. Okay, so on the home page, this is our county party. At the home page, you've got contacts. So you click on contacts. So people are always asking me, who's this and who's that? So you click on contacts, and you have 3 separate lists here. You have members of the HCC, you have members of our delegates at the State Central Committee, and you have district officers. So here are the HCC officers listed up there now. Of course, that all just changed today. You guys elected new folks, and so that page will be updated. Okay, so that's HCC. Then go ahead to SCC. Okay, and that's our representatives on the State Central Committee and how to contact them. Okay, so everybody in here has access to get in touch with any of these people. It's just a matter of figuring out how to get in touch with them. Okay, and then the next one, district officers. And you see by district. And you can see, go back to District 1. Okay, so you can see District 1 has a lot of officers. because we had a lot of people interested in leadership roles, and we had quite a few people that also, that were going for seats that didn't get elected. So we have a full complement of officers there in District 1. And then you look at some of the others, and they're much smaller. Okay? And so here's the thing I'm saying. Anybody that wants to get involved in the party at a higher level, there's lots of seats at the table. And it's just a matter of expressing your interest in it and talking to a few folks. Well, okay, what do I really need to do if I do this? You can look at the bylaws and it'll give you a definition, but you can talk to somebody that's held that job and say, well, what was it really like, or whatever. And so there's lots of empty slots there, okay? And at some point in time, it would be nice if we had a precinct level to click at. Our precinct officers are really slim right now, but I'm really going to be pushing for organizing for these next precinct club meetings to get a full complement of officers at every precinct, a full complement of officers at every district, and then make that available to everybody by means of our webpage. So that wraps it up. And is Josh around? All right. Thank you. And you can talk to me later on. Yeah, we had additional donations, I've been told, by our Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Josh Green, made a donation. Senator Schatz made a donation. And it's nice having a lieutenant governor that comes from our own island. That's kind of a rare treat here.
Aloha! Thank you for welcoming me home. I so appreciate it. So many things to say. First of all, thank you for being Democrats in a time of craziness. I was in DC last week, seeing our delegation, seeing some of the current administration's people to talk about health and human services and homelessness and HIV/AIDS and trying to find some sanity there, which there isn't, I can tell you. But it is such an honor to be able to join you as Lieutenant Governor. I'm the same guy, I have the same cell phone. Please text me, please call me. But it's really a great pleasure. First, some housekeeping. We won because of you. Period. Stop short. So thank you. There were fabulous people in that race, and one of them was Kim. And our numbers were just spectacular here. And honestly, got my butt kicked around the place on the walk from time to time, but you guys helped us across the finish line, so I owe you a debt of gratitude and love, because now I get to do this job, which I'm so enthusiastic about. So thank you again. It's amazing. I'm going to do two things today. First, I'm going to just tell you a little bit about what the governor has tasked me with and accepted for me as a role. And then I'm going to talk to you about the last 5 things I've done, which I hope will show you what I'm going to be as your Lieutenant Governor. The truth is, in just 4 months that I've seen, we are in desperate need of a common purpose. Here as Hawaii residents, as Democrats, as an Ohana, as aunties and uncles, we truly need a common purpose for our state. And in talking to Jamie this morning, she defines a common purpose, and this is my wife Jamie. She really defined it as people who need our help the most. She is a very sharp lawyer, local girl, and if you look at what's going on around us, and I know you all do, we have seen an incredible surge of homelessness. We continue to have a challenge to get health care. We have civil rights questions that abound, and we know that there's incredible economic disparity, and I think that that has to be our common purpose, to deal with this hugely struggling group of people, many of whom are Big Island residents. A gigantic majority of our people are the very ones in the state that have suffered, whether it was because of the devastation in Puna, whether it's because economically it's so hard for us to find good paying jobs, whether the cost of living is sky high, even here on Big Island. This has made it very difficult for a lot of people to live and stay and spend their lives in the Hawaii that we love. And that common purpose is where I'm going to hope to come back to. Now, the three things that Gov has me working on. Chronic homelessness, and I'm going to unpack that a little bit. The physician shortage, or healthcare provider shortage, as I prefer to say, and then disaster preparedness. Now, I was stopped earlier today first to talk about why we can't find a doctor or a nurse practitioner, and it's a really big problem. The Gov put me on this right away, and that's why I'm going to mention this first. By July, I've already had the opportunity to meet with key groups all across the state, and that's one of the benefits of being your lieutenant governor. Drag in the director of this and the director of that and say, what are we really doing? I want action. I'm tired of being inactive. And I think everyone's getting the idea I'm going to be a different kind of lieutenant governor than we've seen before. Though I've loved them in the past, this is going to be a full tilt, active, 24/7 role. The physician and provider shortage. In July, we will have the model done. We'll roll it out in September at the statewide healthcare provider shortage conference. The goal will be this. We're going to call it Practice in Paradise. We have all the partners you can imagine across the state. If a doctor or nurse practitioner or physician assistant or social worker wants to come and be in Hawaii, live and practice in paradise, this is what they'll do. One site, in partnership with the University of Hawaii and JAPSOM and several banks across the state, who want to help us recruit healthcare providers. We'll add every ally that we can find. Community organizations, anyone who wants to step in. They'll say, I'm a stomach doctor, gastroenterologist, I would be willing or like to work on Oahu and the Big Island. It will immediately drop you into a group where we'll show you the jobs that are available and the need that's available and the salary range. The next drop will be, do you need relocation money for your family? How far away are you traveling? We have a program already, commits $25,000 for that. The next drop box will be, do you have loans that require loan repayment or support? We will get you a loan of this size at this rate immediately for that. Do you want to buy a house immediately? It's a big problem for a lot of healthcare providers because though they have great jobs, a lot of times they've trained until they were 35 years old. They don't have anything for a down payment, so they can't come and buy property here in Hawaii. It makes it very hard, as we know how hard it is to buy. Again, we're going to get them so they can put virtually nothing down through a loan, guaranteed, provided they guarantee 5 years of service or more in the state of Hawaii. We'll then have a drop box. Do you have kids? You want them to be considered for schools in the area? These are who you contact. A couple other things. Bam, prints out, you're eligible for this. We hand them in a warm handoff to someone from my team or the university, and we recruit that healthcare provider to Hawaii. And we give a loan repayment, we set them up, and we lock them in. And we also believe that this will be a way to both match need with the base of providers out there in the world, and we also know that we can outcompete a lot of states just because it is Hawaii. Though we have real challenges, as we who are working day in and day out know. So that's on the healthcare provider shortage. And I wanted to honor whoever asked me that question because she was saying, I have a heart condition. I can't find a cardiologist. I gotta fly to Oahu. It's just too much, right? So you should always call me if you have health needs and I will help you find that, but that can't be our solution. Text the Lieutenant Governor and I get an appointment with my ass. No, I'm gonna do it. Okay. So that's one. Next, disaster preparedness. Disaster preparedness is a bit of a scary endeavor. When you really look deeply at what we could face, and mostly it's natural disasters, if we were to be struck by a Hurricane 4 or 5 and it hit our harbor on Oahu, we would be devastated. And when I say devastated, not just potential loss of life, which would be the worst of it, but 8 to 10 days later, we would not have supplies, and we could see economic turndown for years because we could be shut down for months, which would send many, many small businesses into bankruptcy. We could face a 10-year downturn if we had a true natural disaster that hit us the wrong way. So that plan has to be fixed, and it has to be hardened. We do need a harbor in some other part of the state. My inclination out of the gate is for us to look at Big Island. I will ask for your input, because I think that it could both create some opportunity and jobs for us. It would be a partnership with the federal government. I went to DC to talk about that right off the bat, but it could also save us. And it would not be that highly utilized all the time, but it would be a true safety valve for us as a state. And that's the kind of thing that I'm working on for preparedness, both from a medical, health, human services, but also infrastructure standpoint. There's a lot to do in that area, and we really can't come up short. Those are some of the game changers that I want to be familiar with if I'm going to be in this role for some time. The homeless crisis, chronic homelessness. Well, we have the highest per capita homeless rate in the country. Many reasons for that. The first one is probably economic disparity and how difficult it is to survive. Not to mention an earthquake or a lava flow or so many other things hit us. But in addition to those challenges, it is true that because you can survive on the streets of Hawaii, in the countryside in Hawaii, and not freeze to death, you can live here. We're at our best very generous. If people need health care or medical coverage with Medicaid, we do that too. About 11 to 13% of all the homeless that we have, each 18-month period as counted over and over again, do come from the mainland. And I would never presume to turn anyone away, because that's not our spirit. However, we do have to focus on those who have been here for a lifetime, and our communities that have trusted and built our state for so long. So when I went to the Lieutenant Governor Conference just 10, 12 days ago, I expressed that to lieutenant governors across the country. I said, I'll help you with your problem, but you have to be very mindful that if you send someone to Hawaii that don't have a family here, though we'll provide them basic support like anyone I hope would from a heartfelt space, it's not as good for them. And when I speak about chronic homelessness, I usually mean someone also has mental illness or drug addiction, which is extremely common. Mental illness occurs at the very least because 6 months on the streets, people have already begun to suffer post-traumatic stress disorder. Every woman under age of 40 is sexually assaulted, virtually everyone, if they're homeless, and that is a crisis beyond crises. In addition to that, the drug concerns that we've all had. As we know, the old day drugs, just really not that big a deal. A little Pacololo here and there. I mean, I was born in Woodstock, it was in my blood from birth. Is not a big deal as compared, obviously, to methamphetamine. They're not even in the same league. I even hesitate to mention them in the same paragraph. We have these drugs now that burn a hole through your body, through your brain, and it makes it very difficult for people to recover if they've self-medicated on the street. I've met bankers on the street. I met lawyers. I met professors who had tough times, ended up in a bad place, self-medicated, because what would you do if you're living homeless? We're beaten up, and then ended up on a drug binge, and we're in a big problem. And people become chronically homeless that way. So that is my focus. We have about 15,000 statewide, if you really want to be honest about the number of homeless, and about 20% are chronically homeless. That means 3,000 of our citizens are suffering all three of these challenges: poverty, addiction, and mental illness. And those are the individuals that we see often in the park, in the doorway, in Hilo, Kona on the street, all over Chinatown. The reason I'm taking that issue up, number one, because it's really a humanitarian question. I think housing is a human right. But second, a very small percentage of our people who we provide support for, services for, Medicaid support for, about 3.6% consume 61% of our state's Medicaid resource. That's about 13,000 people consuming $1.2 billion. And when you look at that, what it does, it ties our hands to do all the things that we actually want to do. Good prenatal care, free clinics, preschools that are good for all of our communities, actually supportive housing. So by taking on that crisis, putting a roof over people's heads, the cost dropped 43% in the first month, 73% over time. And so that's the plan that we're putting into place and that the Gov's let me have. So I'm very grateful for that. Have to be practical. So next month I'll be in with my team, though it's still home. I mean, for gosh sakes, my aunt lives on Hili Street, Hilo, right? So we will be all over Big Island and Maui and Kauai, in addition to all the time that I'm spending on Oahu looking at this problem, to find the best sites to help the mayors do several things. We have to, in my opinion, and all of these ideas are subject to better improvements from you. We should form Kauhale, which is basically a home place, an outdoor living place where 200 to 250 people can live outdoors, but in permanent housing in smaller communities. Again, provide social services. It complies with both our codes and with federal support, and that brings the cost down, it brings the suffering down. Will everybody avail themselves? No, of course not. But some people will get drug treatment, some people will get social services, some people will get prenatal care, everyone will be safer. And then, if someone's in the park over and over again, we can help them more individually, whether it's our community, our committee, some member of our church, whomever. But we'll have a manageable challenge to take up. So that's going to be one of the big projects that I work on throughout these next 3 years. And I hope it has a big impact because I think it brings, kind of, like I said earlier, a common purpose to us as a state. And also it has a lot of additional benefits so we can have those tax dollars go to middle class issues. We can pay school teachers more so that we can really do the things that we promised ourselves we had to take up over the last several years. So that's the big project. And I want to share with you just a couple brief moments, just in the last 2 days, so you can see how challenging things really are. And I know you know this implicitly, but it's been an eye-opener to me to see it in person. 2 days ago, I went to the Salvation Army Clinic, which, interestingly, I had worked at the Salvation Army in Kona for a couple years volunteering. And remember they had that little clinic in the side on Kuakini Street there? And they provided health care for the homeless over the years. And to see what is necessary, where they have dozens and dozens of women coming off of drugs and people, men going into a year-long drug treatment, but they're not getting support or enough help from other entities in the state. It was really eye-opening and shocking to me. And they're doing wonderful work, but I saw young women, one after another, who had been drug affected, who are now getting back on their feet, but have almost no chance at survival without an organization like that. And it was an amazing experience, and so I encourage all of us to continue to keep our minds open about these other supportive organizations that are helping do what I think the state should be doing at its fundamental core. Then I was in the Waimanalo community. In Waimanalo, along the beach park there are about 50 tents, giant tents, with men and women, mostly Hawaiian, who are homeless. And it's a community I'm spending a lot of time with, and it's a lot of tears and it's a lot of hugs. But these are individuals, many of whom have had methamphetamine addiction and simply want to have a dignified home. And that's why that Kauhale concept is so important. So we've begun the process of giving a piece of land from DLNR, a small piece, 2 blocks over, right around Department of Hawaiian Homeland's land, to have a dignified community and bring that community that's already been formed and well organized, extraordinary people, 4 of them are keiki, into a safe place. And we do that at 6 or 8 places, like I mentioned earlier, and now we're talking. That's a big problem. 3 more short vignettes. Suicide prevention. Yesterday, at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, I was really honored to speak to a crowd, even maybe twice as big as ours today, about suicide. And we lost my cousin in October, 32-year-old beautiful girl, had a great job, she's bipolar, had fallen into a place where she just couldn't recover. And I remember saying goodbye to her a week before suicide, because I knew it was coming. And we were powerless, even with all of the family support and medical personnel in my family and all the love that we could muster and resources, we still couldn't help her. And suicide rates have been going up across the country. And they certainly have always been disproportionately high in Hawaii, especially among adolescents. We need to do much more on that issue. And I think it's something that, as you mull over some part of your capacity to help people, keep that in mind. Because the ER doc in me I still am quietly coming here one weekend a month, going up to Hawaii and doing my ER shifts. Don't tell anybody, you know? Just because I want to still see what we actually are dealing with forever. But I've seen a lot of suicide attempts here in our community, and it kind of knocked my socks off to see 800 people, many of whom were there mourning the loss of loved ones, and they've now developed a part of their career in suicide prevention. So it's very important. I think it's something we have to focus on. Mothers Against Drunk Driving. This morning was the 35th. Today is the 35th anniversary of Mothers Against Drunk Driving here in the state of Hawaii. 2,350 people have lost their lives on the road here in Hawaii in the last 35 years to drunk drivers. Our rates are about twice what national averages are. And it's just yet another challenge that we have. There are no simple solutions on this one. The most obvious is we should never drink and drive. Never, ever, ever. And so I'm sorry if any of you have lost loved ones. Again, I've seen that a lot in my other life here on the Big Island. We have hope though, because technology is, in this case, going to help us. Between interlock systems, which prevent you from starting a car, Volvo is now putting that in their car in the future so that they can't even be started with a person who is drunk. There will be solutions, but please know that that's another one of our crises that I've seen firsthand. And then finally, the women's prison. So yesterday, I spent all afternoon actually, from 1 till 3:30 or so, over at the women's prison in Honolulu. I spent that period of time with 8 women. Just to give you a flavor of the challenges, for those who are suffering more than we, although all of us in our families have had pretty serious moments, and it's tough on the Big Island in many ways because we don't have access to certain care. But of those 8 women, 7 of them had been sexually assaulted before they went into prison. Also, 7 of them had been drug addicted during their lives. And they were facing incredible amounts of time in prison in spite of the fact that none of those, well, 7 of them were not there for violent crime. 1 did stab the heck out of a guy who had abused her quite terribly before that. But when I saw them and I saw how difficult it is for them to get access to parole, to get access to care, to get access to treatment, it was kind of gut-wrenching. Now, in truth, they were criminals and thieves and wonderful young women too. There was a lot there, but it was a bit jarring to see us throw the lives of 300 some women away for nonviolent crime. And I think that that's probably not where we should be as a state. We have to be mindful of these criminals. Thank you. Okay. So, to mention a couple of things, yes. Privatized prisons are a concern for me, and I do convey this to the Gov. When you have privatized prisons, you often don't get care for people, and that's one of the biggest problems, and there is a financial motivation for privatized prisons, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit, and so that's always something I'm reminded of. More or less in closing, look, you guys have been extraordinary. Once again, my thanks to you for giving me this opportunity to serve. It's a perfect opportunity for me to go statewide and take your values and learn every nook and cranny of our state and see where people need us the most. So you've given me a great, great gift. Second, there are big issues that we can lead on. We will look at homelessness as a health consideration, and we will help solve the problems that exist both in our society and in our little community all at once. That's a major blessing that we'll be able to give to the rest of the country when they see that there's a better way. Instead of demonizing people who are homeless, looking at it as an opportunity to help the community, them, and actually the way we run our government and our communities. That's another great opportunity. And then finally, as we head to the new election in 2020, first, I'm particularly grateful I don't have to run again in the year. I'm hopeful that we can all reach out on behalf of Democrats across the country. Wherever our extended families live, maybe we go there and spend a little time helping campaign. I'm hoping to come up to speed perfectly on single-payer health, which I believe in, and I want to be able to be a spokesperson for whoever our nominee is, whether it's Bernie or Kamala or Pete or any of the guys out there, any of the women out there, which would be fantastic actually to have a nominee. I want us to be able to advocate for that Democrat in 2020. So, look, thank you once again. I've probably talked too long. I'll take a couple questions if people would like that. I would love that. But again, you've given me the greatest gift to let me serve as your Lieutenant Governor, and I'm all in all day. Thank you, guys. Have a couple of minutes, so I won't go on too long.
It's just, I guess, more question of information, and you've outlined the things that are in your portfolio. Who has the portfolio that deals with...
Turn the mic away.
Sorry. Who has the portfolio that deals with environmental issues and climate change? Who do we call on for that?
Yes, thank you. I would say that the Department of Land and Natural Resources is the division that has perhaps the greatest possible impact because they control the land. That's Suzanne Case. You can always call me and I will get it to the cabinet. I sit at every cabinet meeting right across from the Gov. I follow him after he does his first moments in the meeting, and then I can bring that up directly from the community. We also have a smaller division of environmental operations. I can't remember exactly what they call it. It's about 7 people. We do need a plan, not just because we should not contribute any further carbon to the environment, but also because we need to lead on infrastructure response, because I believe there's going to be global refugee crises because of climate change if we're not on this carefully.
Bring up the reimbursement rates for physicians. Right now, our area is like Palau, Yak. California's twice ours, Alaska something like 7. That's another way to bring in physicians.
Yes, thank you for that, Margaret. The reimbursement rate, great question, can be raised in one way, and that's that Medicare monies have to be decided nationally. However, if we save Medicare dollars, like for instance I'm talking about for those who might be homeless and consuming very large amounts of it in our Medicare budget, because we do have seniors who are homeless, if that money is not spent, we're entitled to it as a state, and we can put that back in the system. Otherwise, the usual opportunity is when there's a major health bill, like the Affordable Care Act, that's our opportunity for our senators or our reps to insert something to increase our rate. Because it is true, in Hawaii we spend an average of $5,600 per person per year on Medicare, and in Massachusetts they spend $15,000. It's not fair. And it would be a great way if we raise our rates 20%, we get a lot more doctors here. We're gonna go one-on-one after this, I promised. Phil.
During the past month on the Big Island, there's been 3 either murders or attempted murders, all with weapons. One of the weapons was used was an assault rifle. So what is the state doing to limit the amount of assault rifles and that type of weapons coming into the state?
First, the broader question of violence, I think we have seen an uptick in serious violence, and I think it's tracking with drugs that are in our society, hard drugs. There's always violence associated with that. Second, in spite of having very likely the strongest gun laws in the entire country, it still doesn't do enough to deter it. So I would like to see buyback programs. I absolutely think we should have, thank you. I think we should have universal checks no matter what. We, believe it or not, already have a provision in our law that you have to get approved to have a gun license from your healthcare provider, but it's not often carried through because a lot of docs don't even know about it. And so that's one of the things I'm sharing. But empowering the police to take anyone's weapon at any time, in my mind, is a good idea.
My concern is because my oldest child police department, they're always in the line of fire, always, especially domestic violence call. So this is my concern as a parent of a
I so appreciate that, and I'm spending a lot more time with law enforcement because my security detail, as crazy as that may sound, this is Fatu, again, Fatu is an awesome dude, is here, and I will absolutely keep that in mind, speak to the governor about it, and make sure anything we can do to get guns out of society, I'll prioritize. But hey, thank you guys so much. I'm going to be here for another hour. I really love you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, so Josh will be available in the back of the room if you have further questions. It's time for our last short break of the day, and I've heard there's some very good yogurt back there and other food still available. So, on, Jim. It's the first time that I'm aware where they've given a presentation at our county convention center. Please take a seat. Okay, so let me explain a second what we're going to be doing here. So we have Hawaii State male and female representative, the Democratic National Committee are here today. And so what they're going to kind of do this like a bit of a tag team thing, and they're going to split up the presentation, and then we're going to do questions for both, and they'll both be working on the answers after both people have gone. Okay, so that's the format we're going to be using. So without further ado, let's get this rolling. And this is Kate Stanley, who is the female state representative to the Democratic National Committee.
Aloha, and thank you all for inviting me, for all of you being here, and especially to all of you who have stayed. I'm Kate Stanley, I'm the National Committee woman. I have a 4-year term, and Bart Dane is the National Committeeman, and he has a 4-year term. I would like to thank Lieutenant Governor Josh Green for the mention of his work in Waimanalo, because I came to Hawaii as a VISTA volunteer who was stationed in Waimanalo in the year 1967. And some of the problems that I worked on then are still there and still plague the people that live in Waimanalo. Kathy Lauer, who was here earlier, was also a VISTA volunteer, and she came the year after I came. I've known many of you, I've worked with you, and I look forward to working with your new county chair and new members that come to the Hawaii County Democratic Party and participate in the work of the party. In 1968, I went to my first precinct election, and I've been going to precinct meetings, county conventions, and state conventions since that time. I've also served in the state legislature and worked in the cabinets and the offices of Governors Waihee, Cayetano, and Abercrombie. And this year, today, I got to go through TSA and not take my shoes off because I'm 75. So, good things as you age. So let me tell you a little bit about what the Democratic National Committee is, what we do, what it does, and some of the things that are going on today. And then Bart Dane is going to follow me, and he's going to talk about our presidential preference poll and some of the ideas and new ways of doing it that the party has put together for review and comment. So, the Democratic National Committee is the formal governing body of the United States Democratic Party. It is the body that runs the party between the national conventions. The committee was created during the Democratic National Convention of 1848. In the earlier presentation, it was the year of the Great Mahele, Kamehameha III. That was the year, in some place on the mainland, which I couldn't find out, they created the DNC. And that means that for 171 years, the DNC has been responsible for the governing the Democratic Party, and it is the oldest continuing party committee in the United States. I'm not that old, but the party's old. And at each convention, they do two primary things. They nominate the president and the vice president candidates, and they adopt a party platform. The current party platform was adopted and passed in the 2016 National Convention. It was held in Philadelphia. The platform will be amended and adopted at the 2020 National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, July 13th through the 16th next year. For this convention in 2020, there will be 3,768 delegates elected across all the states, with 1,885 votes required to nominate the president and the vice president. For this convention, Joe Somonisi, I don't know who he is really, but he's the former president of the Human Rights Campaign, has been named the chief executive officer of the convention. So it's his job, with other staff support from the DNC, to plan and carry out this convention. As you know, that prior to the convention, the DNC has created a number of presidential candidates debates. The first debate will be hosted by NBC News, MSNBC, and Telemundo in Miami this June 26th and 27th. The second debate, hosted by CNN, will be in Detroit, July 30 and 31st. And then the DNC will schedule further debates. Now a little bit about how the DNC works. The party is governed by charter and bylaws, and the DNC is the governing body. The DNC is composed of chairs and vice chairs of each Democratic Party, so across the states and including the territories. Those folks are members of the DNC. In addition, there are over 200 members elected by Democrats in all the states and territories. And the numbers of the DNC from each state are based on some formula of population, which I don't quite understand, but we get allocated our members. So we have 4 members on the DNC, the state of Hawaii. That's the party chair, Kaylee Lopez, vice chair, Gary Hoosier, National Committeeman, Bart Dane, and National Committee woman, myself, Kate Stanley. Both Bart and I were elected in the 2016 state convention, and we served through the national convention in 2020. Then the people who were elected national committeemen and women in the May state convention start their term after the national convention. So I'm very fortunate. I was the delegate to the 2008 National Convention where we nominated Barack Obama, and that was just one of the most thrilling experiences I can ever imagine that I got to participate in. And I will be a member of the 2020 National Convention, and I'm sure the candidate that we elect there to serve as our nominee will be just as thrilling and just as inspiring and will be just as successful in winning as was Barack Obama. The DNC meets 2 times a year to conduct the business of the party. They also have an executive committee that carries on the day-to-day business when the DNC isn't meeting. At these meetings twice a year, they have general sessions where they can conduct businesses, and they have various caucuses and council, regional caucuses, and the Association of State Democratic Chairs. These councils, caucuses, and the organization of Kaylee belongs to help discuss and organize and bring issues and develop positions and platforms and carry out the work of the DNC and primarily the interests that are around the caucuses. And members choose what caucus or council they want to belong to. So in Hawaii, all of us, all four of us, belong to the Western Regional Caucus. So each region, we've got 4 regions across the country, and those folks join the regional caucuses, and they focus on issues that are particular to the region. Also, our membership have joined at least the following councils. There's a Labor Council, there's a Women's Caucus, there's the Asian American and Pacific Islanders Caucus. There are other councils, which include Native Americans, small business, youth, disability, vets and military, seniors, rural, and ethnic. There are other caucuses also that include the LGBT community, Black, and Hispanic. So there's lots of different organizations that the membership of the DNC can participate in to further democratic goals and electing people or particular issues that focus around a particular group. In the first meeting after the convention, or the first winter meeting that Bart, I, and Kate, and Tim Vandermeer, and Dolly Strazer attended was in Atlanta in 2017. And that was very historic because we had to act on the Unity Reform Commission to move that work forward. And this Unity Reform Commission was created at the 2016 National Convention because there was a great desire to reform the process by which the presidential primaries are conducted. Also at that meeting, we elected the new chair of the party. And then we also elected the other members of the executive committee. We elected a secretary, a treasurer, and a finance officer. But at that meeting, if some of you can remember, there was a great contest between Keith Ellison and Tom Perez. It took a number of ballots, but Tom Perez emerged as the person who led the election for chair, and his first action to unify the party was to ask that Keith Ellison serve as deputy chair, and that was unanimously approved by the DNC committee. So those 2 actions at that winter meeting in 2017 were important that they be successful and that they start to bring unity to the party after quite a divisive, as you remember, the 2016 presidential primary process and concern about the DNC where the chair left, and then Donna Garcia was interim chair, and then we elected Tom Perez. And Tom Perez has brought back this 50-state strategy, increased funding to state parties, providing grants, and work with many stakeholder partners. Now, one of the things that had to be accomplished was this Unity Reform Commission had to prepare recommendations on how to select delegates to the National Convention. This is where all the consternation over superdelegates is about. And Bart's going to talk a little more about that and how that's been issued. And I'm just going to mention a little bit of that. But what had to be done was that the Rules and Bylaws Committee, the DNC, had to receive the report of the Unity Commission, make recommendations to the DNC on how to change its delegate selection plan and its call to the convention. So the action really occurred at the Bylaws and Rules Committee. And fortunately, the chairs for this were very good people. Okay, I got 1 minute.
5 minutes.
5, okay. So this bylaws and rules committee is chaired by James Roosevelt, who's the grandson of President Roosevelt, and Lorraine Miller. And they did a superhuman job. Spent many hours, listened to many people, heard many comments, took the Unity Reform Commission report and developed the call to the convention and the delegate selection rules. Bart is going to review these new rules and on how we're going to try to conduct a presidential primary convention in Hawaii. So these two actions, the report from the Bylaws and Rules Committee and the call to the convention were presented at the summer meeting last summer in Chicago, and they were adopted. Now, I believe that they were adopted because of the hard work of James Roosevelt, Lorraine Miller, and Chair Perez, because not only did they find allies to speak for the recommendations to change our procedures, they also spent a great deal of time talking to every council and caucus during their meetings and answering all the questions. The reason this was difficult is the DNC members were all super delegates. So we had to give up our role to be super delegates. That's what Chair Perez and the Bylaws Committee asked us to do. And they were successful in convincing the DNC members to do that. Now that wasn't any small task, because the DNC members were many people who'd been there for many, many years and really liked being super delegates. In fact, one of the DNC members at one of the meetings that I attended asked me if I knew Moni Min Lee and Sister Correa. Now, you may not recognize those names, but they were National Committee women like 30 years ago. So there were some people who have been on the DNC for so long, it was very difficult for them to recognize the need to reform the selection process and to give up their right to be super delegates on the first ballot. So I want to say that, you know, after I've been going to these meetings for a while and reflecting on it, I'm really impressed with Chairman Perez's commitment to reform the delegate selection plan, to work with the state parties, to raise money, to be a powerful spokesman, you can see him on MSNBC and other places. I'd also like to say that the DNC is a very important part of the national effort to elect Democrats. And I think here in Hawaii, we have a particular problem because we have a problem with wealth. We're not a battleground state. Our congressional delegation are all Democrats. We have Democratic governor, lieutenant governor, and the House and Senate state legislature are all Democrats. The DNC doesn't think a lot about Hawaii. We are so blue. They want us to help other states become as blue as we are, because they need to focus on electing a Democratic president, vice president, senators, and increase the number of Democratic House seats. So we will not, and probably we need to help the other states, because we're so blue, they can't help us get any bluer. And that is their goal, to elect Democrats. So I want to say that the Hawaii delegation represents all of you well, and is involved in the work of the DNC, and has an appreciation for the great Democrats we have in Hawaii. Thank you all for being the great Democrats in Hawaii. Now, here's part.
So that applause was for Kate, right? There was so much she said that actually touched me. I mean, Auntie Romy Lee and Sister Correa, those are names that, I mean, I was a young kid when I worked with them, and they were impressive people, and it does give a real sense of history, and the way that people have woven their lives into that of the DNC, the Democratic Party, and so the sacrifice that was made by a strong majority of the DNC members to give up their superdelegate status in the interest of reform. Some of you may have heard me speak at the state convention and know that I have said disparaging things about the DNC in the past. Now that I'm part of the problem, my attitude has changed a bit. Those of us who went to the meeting in Atlanta and voted in the chair's race, Hawaii's delegation voted for Keith Ellison against Tom Perez. But when Tom Perez made that gracious motion of holding up the hand of Keith Ellison and asking for suspension of the rules so he could appoint him as the deputy chair, the division which was felt in the meeting upon the first election results suddenly resolved itself and people came together. And since that time, Tom Perez has taken over leadership on a lot of progressive reforms that originally came out of the so-called progressive wing of the party, like the reform of the superdelegates. He took ownership of it. He carried the football across the line with the consensus, forging consensus of a strong majority of the DNC members. That was an impressive accomplishment. Okay. Now, and again, I was a critic of the DNC, and I still have my criticisms, and we can talk on the side, but there is a lot of people in the DNC are people who've been dedicated for a long time in improving the Democratic Party. We have some reforms we still have to work on the DNC level, and I hope to continue to work those reforms. But overall, I have been impressed by the quality of the people. Now, among the reforms that they imposed on us, we all know about the superdelegate reform. We will not be superdelegates, we will be automatic delegates. We can talk on the side about the details on this. What that means is that the automatic delegates will only be able to vote in the presidential race in 2020 under two possible scenarios. One is that the delegates who are national delegates who are elected from all the states, as soon as you're elected, your information goes to the Secretary of the DNC saying who you are committed to, who you're pledged to. And once there is a supermajority of pledged delegates, that means those that are elected at the state level, and not the automatic delegates. Once there's a supermajority, so that even if the automatic delegates were to come in and vote as a block, monolithic block, they could not change the results. If there's that much of a supermajority for one candidate, then we can join in and vote in the first ballot. Otherwise, on the first ballot, we will not be able to vote. But if there is a second ballot, meaning that no candidate has a majority of the pledged delegates, then the automatic delegates will be able to vote in the second round. So that doesn't totally eliminate the possibility of superdelegates affecting the election in a way inconsistent with the vote, but it greatly reduces it. Now, among the other changes that they have forced on the parties is they wanted us to move to a most inclusive process for electing delegates to the National Convention, voting for our presidential nominee. They're pushing us hard to move towards a primary rather than a caucus because it's much more inclusive. We have actually talked to leadership in the legislature. They have talked the Office of Elections. We have said, why don't you look at moving towards a presidential primary run by the government in the springtime of presidential years. It can be utilized by all the parties that want to use it, Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, Green, Natural Law Party, etc. And so the Office of Elections came back with an estimate of $2.8 million is what it would cost. Legislative leadership said, you know, we've got other uses for that money, essentially, and you guys can hobble along as you have. To give you a sense of the changes that we've gone through, and I don't know how many of you, let me go back to, we heard Kate was at the 68 precinct meetings. Let's just go back to 1988, right? That was
I'm trying to think, that was Jesse Jackson versus Dukakis here in Hawaii. Okay, there were only 3,896 votes cast statewide. Less than 4,000 votes cast statewide in the school cafeterias all across the state. Okay? Then in 2004, it was also less than 4,000 votes cast. I'm sorry, it's 4,080 votes cast statewide in the presidential preference poll. Then that was 2004. In 2008, when it was Clinton versus Obama, suddenly 32,000 people voted statewide. We had those long lines and those massive crowds, and volunteers stepped up and we somehow got it done, but there were a lot of people tired, worn out, and a little bit annoyed by the end of it. I thought it was an exuberant exercise in anarchic democracy. And then in 2016, we had slightly fewer. We had like 30,000 people in the Clinton versus Bernie campaign. Now, we're working with the same infrastructure that previously was handling like 4,000 people, and we're trying to handle 30,000+ people. It became too problematic for us, so the first change that we're doing here is we're separating out the precinct election meetings where we elect our delegates to the state convention, our precinct officers, from the presidential preference poll. They will be held on 2 different dates. And right now, those dates are proposed in our delegate selection plan are March 4th, which is going to be a weeknight. It's Wednesday night in 2020. That will be the precinct meetings where you elect delegates. We want all you guys to run. And then a month later on April 4th, which will be a Saturday, we will be conducting our presidential preference poll. Now, the presidential preference poll will be, in our proposal, is there are 2 forms that people can vote. There is an option to mail in your ballot. So our proposal is that every party member will get mailed a ballot. You mark the ballot and you send it in, okay? That necessarily has to shut down like something like 2 weeks before the in-place on-site vote. So we're hoping that maybe half the votes will come in through mail. Then on April 4th, we will be having, and now we haven't specified the number, but maybe 20 voting sites, physical voting sites across the islands. That's greatly reduced from about 60 that we've had in the past. So you'll have to drive a little further. If you want to save the drive, use the stamp and the envelope and mail in your ballot. But that will be conducted along with the model of what's called a firehouse caucus. What that means is that there'll be like a school cafeteria or some other place. You come and it'll be open from 7 a.m. in the morning till 3 p.m. Now as a voter that sounds good. As a potential volunteer you might not like those hours. But that way people can come, they can have a credentials check. If they're not a registered voter, they can register to vote. If they're not on the party roll, they can join the party. They get a ballot immediately, they mark their ballot, put it in the box, and go about their business. And they can do that anytime between 7 a.m. in the morning and 3 p.m. We think that's going to be much more convenient for people and will increase the turnout. It's hard for us to know how many people are going to vote because we don't know how exciting this race is going to be. Right now, there are something like 209 people who have filed with the Federal Election Commission to run for president on the Democratic ticket. Okay? So those of you who think there are a lot of candidates, when you look at maybe 20 people, no, there are 209 as of a few weeks ago. Okay? So okay, we covered the mail-in election, the on-site voting. Another difference that we're doing is we're going to be using ranked choice voting. So what that's going to mean is you're going to be able to mark your first, your second, and your third choice. We're not going all the way to 10 or whatever like that. Your first, your second, and your third choice. Now, if your candidate drops out, see, this is one reason why we're doing this is because to encourage people to mail their ballots. Because candidates drop out as you get closer to Hawaii because they're not getting traction. So a lot of people will be hesitant to mail in their ballot if they don't know if their candidate's going to be on the ballot. So in order to allow them the freedom of doing that, if your first choice candidate drops out, well, you've got your second choice and your vote immediately shifts over. Now, the ranked choice voting, in some ways, it simulates what happens in a traditional caucus law style what they use in Iowa. If this were Iowa and we have 200 people in the room, we'd say, hey, all of you who support candidate A, go over to that corner. Candidate B, go to that corner. Candidate C, candidate D. And then we count. And if the candidates don't have at least 15% of the vote, they're not going to get any delegates. So this group over here, sorry, you got 14%. If you guys want your vote to count, go and stand in one of those other corners. Right? So you instantly, according to your ranked preference in voting, you instantly shift your vote. On paper, using this system, you'll be able to do that. So the other freedom or advantage of the ranked choice voting, in addition to encouraging people to mail in their thing, is you're able to vote your conscience. You're able to vote for who you want to really truly vote for. I'm not going to pick on him, let's say Mayor Pete, right? A lot of people like Mayor Pete. And so, but you'll have no sense of knowing, is he going to get 15% of the vote? Because there's going to be no polling in Hawaii for the presidential preference poll. You're not going to know. But you say, I really like the guy, but I don't think, in the traditional way, I don't think he's going to get 15%. You know, Kamala Harris is going to get more than 50%, Bernie, whatever, one of the top tier people. So you're disincentivized to vote for your first choice. With ranked choice voting, you vote your first choice, and if that person doesn't make 15%, they drop out. Your vote transfers to your second choice and your third choice. So it's a much better system for many reasons. So this is our preferred. There's uncommitted. No, there is uncommitted. It will be on the ballot. So, and that uncommitted gets used if things are chaotic and you basically want the delegation to go uncommitted to any candidate and then make deals at the convention, right? So it is an option. It's been used before.
Backing up a little bit.
Yeah.
As a long-time worker just retired, I wouldn't be able to vote and walk it in if I wanted to because I get off at like 5 o'clock.
That's true.
At 3:30, you're forcing those folks to, oh, it's just, well, people work on Saturday.
That's where you have the mail-in option. So you can mail your ballot in, 2 weeks in advance.
People work on Saturday.
Yes.
Nice.
We can't come up with a perfect system, but we can come up with a much more inclusive system than what we've used in the past. And that's what our goal is. So this is our preferred option, and we are following the dictates of the DNC in doing this, but we have to be able to have the financial resources to do this, and it's going to be costly. And so there is on our website and elsewhere, PK Lee might make a pitch for it, we need financial help in order to exercise this first option. If we do not have the financial resources, and also there are some technical complexities that we're hoping that we're dealing with multiple vendors right now, negotiating with them on more specific proposals for how to handle this. We have to accomplish the technical problems and the financial problems, and then we will follow this model. If we cannot have the resources and solve technical problems, we may have to scale back to a more modest proposal. But we have right now on our website the draft delegate selection plan, and we urge you to go and look at it. There's a period of comment that it's posted publicly. You look at it, you have questions, you want to make comments, you'll be able to send them into the party on this, and those will be taken into consideration. The 24th, April 24th, and then the SEC will be voting on this first draft on the 30th at the SEC meeting.
And I have people asking questions. Please come up to the mic, or Bart, can you repeat the questions? Because it's not
But the plan was that he was going to complete his presentation, and then we do the questions. But come up to the mic when you do that.
Okay, so I think I've covered everything that I need to cover, and I can cut it short, but if you have questions, this is actually a very ambitious and complicated plan, and we need to get your input. Kaylee, do you want the mic? Or?
I just wanted my pitch. My
Huh?
financial pitch.
There's a mic right there.
So I just want to say, this will work, right? No, is it not okay? Right. Just wanted to let you know that quite a few members of the party, including Bart and Caleb and a whole bunch of folks have been working for months on this plan. And so it's critical to get your feedback in by the 24th. We're not going to be able to afford getting last minute input. But the key behind trying to have a process that's as cool as what Bart talked about is extremely expensive. It's going to cost almost $200,000 to be able to mail. Keep in mind, we have 900,000 members. Just 90,000. 90,000. But just think about printing, postage, all of that, the tabulations, then having to rent facilities and having to be able to accommodate that. So one of the things that we're pushing really hard on, and was actually, were you going to talk about cake? Was this idea of the $1,000 members club. Now we're clear. What?
I'm the first member.
She's the first member. I'll have to be the second then. Can I be monthly? Actually, I have to. But the idea behind that is actually Region 5. What they're doing is they're collecting money, so not very many people can just whip out $1,000. So what they're doing in their region is people are contributing money, and then you're going to have the region or district be a member of the $1,000 club. And the concept is to understand that if you really want something as significant as what's being proposed to be successful, keep in mind it's going to be a model that we hopefully will continue to use. And the way we're working at it is not to have a situation we consistently have, which is starting from scratch every single time. Right? So that's one of the things I just wanted to put the pitch out there. It was a $1,000 members club. Kate's the first, and we're just going to keep that going. But I just wanted to say a lot of people can't afford that. I'm clear. For some of you, just the registration for today was difficult. But keep in mind, you can pull your funds and have either your district, your precinct, whatever the case may be, your Hawaiian Civic Club, your whatever the case, become a member of that $1,000 members club. Thank you, everybody.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Before we go any further, I'd like to thank Richard Bradwell for the use of his sound system. None of the donators that are manning all the thing and doing a great job. So we're looking good here. Now we're going to have closing remarks by the new chair of the Hawaii County Democratic Party, Heather Kimball.
I know it's been a long day. I have about a 20-page speech here, so just teasing. I actually have a 4-page speech, which I'm going to cut down to 2 pages for you. First of all, I just want to say I hope you guys enjoyed today's program. A lot of thought went into this idea of really just focusing on what is the history of the party here, what are the responsibilities and roles at each level of the party, and I want to thank our speakers so much for their time today. I also want to make sure I thank all of the people involved in the setup for today. So thank you again, planning team, and I want to make sure I thank all the people that are going to clean up after we're done. All right, thank you so much. Again, thanking all of our generous donors, Mark Nakashima, Representative Dave Tarnas, Senator Kai Kahele, Lieutenant Governor Josh Green. We wanted to make sure we thanked Macy Hirono and Senator Brian Schatz for their $500 donations to the party. So thank you all for that. Just a few housekeeping things before I get on to my final remarks. If you don't have a Democratic Party shirt and want one, we still have a couple left. Please see Julie over there. We have some pins. After my quick remarks. We're going to get together in a circle, so please don't leave. And if I can have the new HCC officers come up on stage, we're going to sing Hawaii Aloha before we leave. And Senator Kai has generously offered to do an ole for us since Malama had to leave early, so we'll do that. I'm very honored to serve as the new chair for Hawaii County. I'm very shy, so don't do that next weekend. I want to say I'm really excited about working with the team that we have. We have a diverse group in every meaning of the word, and I think we're going to do really great things together. A lot of us already work together on the planning for this event, so I'm very excited about working with all of you. Gotta tell you, I'm also excited because in 647 days, we will all get to be superheroes. Why do I say that? Because we're going to have a part in saving our country from destruction. And we're going to have a part in vanquishing evil from the White House. As every great superhero knows, though, with great power comes great responsibility. Or I should say, to have great power, it takes great responsibility. Our responsibility now, our kuleana, is frankly to get our act together as a party. If you follow the national news, you know that we are so fortunate to be in the bluest of the blue states. But as blue as we are, that's allowed us to become complacent and dare I say, lazy. But the demographics of these islands are changing. Mark mentioned that this morning. We need to be strong. We need to be ready to make sure we're not caught with our pants down. We owe it to the Democrats that Val talked about, that came before us, that sacrificed so much for this party. We owe it to the generations that will come after us, that Kai talked about. And we owe it to the rest of the country that desperately needs an example of true leadership and of working together. We have this great responsibility. In order to fulfill it, we have to do three things. First, it's boring, but we need it, basic infrastructure. Make sure our database is working, make sure our communication systems are working, and we're connecting with all our members. Second, we need to support our districts and our precincts and reactivate our current membership and recruit new members. We need to build capacity to advocate for the causes we believe in and to campaign for candidates that share our values. And most importantly, we need to export those skills to battleground states in 2020 with Aloha ambassadors to make sure that the Democratic nominee wins in November 2020. Finally, and most important, we need to come together. You know, we are a family as a party, and families don't always get along. Sometimes they fight, and that's okay, but when times get rough, families need to come together. Let me tell you about another family I belong to. After my mom passed, none of my immediate relatives live here in Hawaii anymore. So my family here is Kamehameha Canoe Club. And one of the things we do when we're training for the channel crossing from Molokai to Oahu, we train on one-man canoes. And when we're out there training on one-man's canoes, it's, you know, it's every man and woman for themselves. Like, we compete, we fight against each other. But we could win, you know, we could do our racing out there by sabotaging each other. You know, we could poke a hole in the canoe, bend a rudder, hide a paddle. But we don't do that because we recognize that this pushing against each other, this challenge, is making each of us stronger. So that when we get in the channel and we're in that six-man canoe, and it's not about winning, it's about survival. We're actually working together and we're stronger. So as we enter the primary season, please advocate for your issues, advocate for your causes, debate about the candidates. on their merits, but let's not sabotage each other. Use your arguments in your debate to strengthen your ideas in the party so that when it's time to go to the general election, we will be stronger together, because just like in the channel, 2020 is about survival. I will not make any predictions about who's going to win the Democratic Party nomination at this point, but I can predict right now that some of you will be disappointed. But we need to know, we need to understand that in 2020 we are not choosing the lesser of two evils, because we know now what true evil is, and it's in the White House. Over the last 2 years, we've seen the destruction of workers' rights, the dismantling of environmental protection, we've seen children in cages, benches filled with conservative judges, complete loss of civic discourse, and an administration built on lies and corruption. There is a narcissistic, psychopathic tyrant in the White House, and we cannot let this stand. So I ask you now, today, are you ready to take on Ms. Juliana? Are you ready to do the work to heal as a family? Are you ready to be superheroes? There is strength and unity. Everybody stand up. On 3, Imua Hawaii. 1, 2, 3, Imua Hawaii! Aloha and mahalo.
HCC members who are now our new team, come on up front here. My name is David Tarnas. I'm the state representative for House District 7. I'm very grateful to have won the election in 2018. I'm coming back in 2020, so I need your help. HCC members, up on stage, please. We want you to help us sing and lead the Hawaii Aloha. So come on up, all the HCC officers that we have just elected. Come on up in front of the screen here. Come on up in front of the screen. Right in front of the screen. Chuck? All in front of the screen here. Come on, that's it, Come on, there you go. There you go. Heather's going to be up here in just a minute. And I'm going to ask all of you to come up and form a big circle, because we're going to sing Hawaii Aloha together. Amy, come on up. Amy's coming. And we're going to ask everyone to form a big circle in the room here so we can sing together. After we finish singing Hawaii Aloha, Kai Kahele is going to do an Oli as well. So come on up, Heather. So everyone, find a place where you can hold hands and make a big circle. Come on, we can work. Democrats, get organized here. We can do it. That's it. That's it. Okay. Find your place so you can connect both sides of the room here. Let's find some bridge builders that go across. Just like Heather was saying, we need to build bridges to bring together the passions of our community here. Okay? Here's our note we're going to start on, okay? E Hawaii e ku'ole hanaune ku'ole Aloha,
stay where you are. Kai Kahele is going to do an Oli. Heather is bringing it up onto the screen so you can see what we're singing. There we go. Mahalo to Kai for stepping in, as he always does when needed. Malama was not able to stick around until now, so Kai is here. Mahalo to Kai.
Aloha. You know, I was thinking about, since Auntie Malama had to leave earlier, go back to Waimea, how we should end this 2019 Democratic Hawaii County Convention. And Auntie had a Oli that she was going to do at the end. And so I thought, how appropriate would it to do this Oli here? And so this particular Oli is called Ua'ao Hawaii. It was written by Dr. Larry Kimura, who is basically one of the founders of the Punana Leo movement. He is a professor at Kahaku'ula o Ke'elikulani at Paleolelo, the University of Hawaii Hilo. And he composed this Oli that he had heard from his kupuna when they lived down in South Kona. And if you can read the paragraph here, basically the Oli talks about the rising of the morning sun and how it approaches from the east and it sets in the west through the course of the day. And as the initial light from the new day starts to break the horizon, he talks about that traditional knowledge slipping away generation after generation, like the Hoku Palemo, but only to be reminded with the rising of each new day that knowledge from our ancestors and knowledge of today can be ours if we want it, to make tomorrow even better. And so that's what we're all about. And you know, sometimes for those of you that don't speak a little Hawaii and you're unsure what the chanter is saying, I think it's very appropriate that you can follow along with the words here. So this Oli is dedicated to all of us as we move forward and we come together in unity to move our party and our state and our country forward for a new day.
Kaueka vena o ke au I kalani, he veke veke I ka popili puka, he elele o ka poni poni hikina, ka uke ka he avana au I ka ala papa, la I ana I luna o ke kukulu o kalani la, o ka ue huli alone I ka ulu e ai ai. Uau e o mai la ko malama lama I ka honua nei I ka mauliola ua o Hawaii ke olino nei mai ka vina a ka velona ka la ka hiko ia I ka ike mano mano ka ike kolio mai o kikilo mai o ka uno ia o ka